Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining me. This is Don Hughes with NetNewz.tv. And later today, we're going to see protests from around the world protesting the various policies that have been recently enacted by the U.S. President Donald J. Trump and Elon Musk, who is heading the DOGE efforts enacted by Trump. Just wanted to play a little bit of video before we fire up that mass mobilization, that hands-off protest that's going to be taking place in the United States, in Germany. It's going to be taking place in Paris. It's going to be taking place in London and over in Ireland as well. So it's a global movement. There are a lot of people that are very upset with the way that things are happening and the way that things are going right now. Specifically with Social Security, with the potential undermining of democracy. As we all know, President Zelensky of Ukraine visited with Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance several weeks ago. It was an ambush in the White House, seemingly an ambush. I don't want to tell you what it was or what it wasn't. You can make up your own mind, you're smart people. But a lot of people were very upset with the things that were happening with Donald J. Trump and what he did to J.D. Vance. I'm sorry, what he did to President Zelensky and things like that. And so people are just upset. There's an undermining of what they believe is an undermining of Social Security. The Department of Education has been gutted and limited. Health and Human Services, the Food and Drug Administration, the CDC, and there have been just quite a bit of cuts throughout the government and things like that. It has nothing necessarily to do with being woke or being anything like that. I think that people who voted for Trump, they wanted some change, and that's fine. They can have that change, and they voted and they raised their right to participate in the United States and the democracy that we have here in the U.S. But I don't think that people really voted for the undermining of Social Security, the undermining of democracy, the pulling back of health care, getting rid of social programs that are meant to save the United States and help us do better. We're not even going to get in yet to how much money people have lost in the stock market, what has happened with our allies in Canada, in Mexico, in France, in Germany, how governments and what's happening geopolitically. We're not even going to get into that. What I want to talk to you right now about is just introduce a little bit of video segment that I've gathered from around the internet and things like that, where a lot of people think that Trump was not going to be a person who adhered to Project 2025. And it seems like, despite the fact that Trump said that he had never read the Project 2025 plan, it seems like he's putting all of those things in order, and he's putting all of those acts in place, and that's what's causing a big, huge problem here in the United States and abroad. So let's just go real quick to some video where Trump talks about how he never envisioned, he's never read it, he doesn't even know what Project 2025 is. This is a video from a presidential debate. You'll recall that President Trump, current President Trump, was then just candidate Trump, and he was running against Vice President Kamala Harris in that election, in the election that was taking place. So stand by, and we'll give you that video. You decide for yourself what you think.
We're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us.
Well, thanks, guys. As you can see, that's President Trump, and he's just really concerned about getting credit, it seems like, for the pandemic, which, you know, I mean, he did a great job in the pandemic and during the pandemic as far as making sure that people had money and that the government wasn't shut down and things like that. But when he told people to inject, what was it? He told people to inject some kind of chemical into their system to try and stop the spread of COVID, or it was a vaccine against COVID. I don't know. We can find it, but you know, that was ridiculous. Come on, who's going to inject poison into their system? Okay, but thank you, Donald. Really appreciate it. Anyway, this is from the Wall Street Journal. That previous video was from MSNBC, and it was presented also by ABC. So thank you very much for that. And I want to say thank you first and foremost to all of these different global internet companies that are making all this content video available via the internet, via the open internet. Thank you very much. So we're just taking advantage of everything that is out there. We're not making any money off this, but we're just trying to spread the word and expose things for what they are. Okay? This next video is from the Wall Street Journal. And again, it says, this is something that where President Trump says he doesn't know anything about Project 2025, but he's starting to sign in executive orders that have everything to do with Project 2025. Undermining of education, getting rid of the government system, getting rid of the judges, getting rid of Social Security, all of the safety nets. So let's see what that video does, and we'll take it from there. Thanks.
A 22-page radical conservative blueprint that Trump repeatedly distanced himself from on the campaign trail.
I have nothing to do with Project 2025.
I've never read it, and I never will.
I've said 100 times, I know nothing about it.
But now,
a number of the policies that he's pushing out at breakneck speed are almost identical to what Project 2025 wanted to impose.
Here are some of the notable ways Trump's first few months are aligning with Project 2025. And what that can tell us about his second term.
One of the biggest themes in the Project 2025 document was dismantling the federal bureaucracy, essentially attacking the administrative state.
In fact, it's one of the big promises made throughout the playbook. The next conservative administration should be prepared to dismantle the administrative state.
But at the same time, this is something that Republicans for decades have said they wanted to do. They argue the government's too big, too sprawling, involved in too many things, it's wasting too much taxpayer money.
Trump has wasted no time reducing the size of the government and changing how it's staffed. Of his more than 90 executive orders since taking office, more than a quarter are focused on addressing the power of the federal government and the makeup of its workforce. And most of those have similarities to ideas in Project 2025, which was created by the conservative think tank Heritage Foundation.
Even though Trump tried to distance himself from Project 2025 during the campaign, he spent a lot of time talking about the quote-unquote deep state and railing against government bureaucracy.
In his Agenda 47, which outlined his campaign platform, Trump promised to stop woke and weaponized government and to
dismantle the deep state and reclaim our democracy from Washington corruption once and for all.
But Project 2025's roadmap also included specific actions to help the president remake the federal bureaucracy. It recommended reinstating the Schedule F classification, making it easier to fire policy-making employees, which Trump did on his first day back in the Oval Office. And Project 2025 advocated for ending the independent status of certain agencies like the FTC or SEC. In February, Trump signed an executive order that asserted authority over those agencies. One of Trump's Day One executive orders renamed the United States Digital Service to the Department of Government Efficiency, led by Elon Musk.
Project 2025 did not call for the creation of a specific Department of Government Efficiency, but there's a lot of overlap in what DOGE does and what Project 2025 wanted to do.
In other executive orders, Trump empowered DOGE to help reduce the size of the federal workforce by approving hiring, consulting on new agency regulations, and scrutinizing agency payments. That echoes Project 2025, which called for eliminating functions and programs that are duplicated, handcuffing the bureaucracy, and restoring fiscal limits.
In some cases, DOGE has gone much further than what Project 2025 actually envisioned. For example, the entire dismantlement of USAID.
At times, Trump has also gone further than the playbook on immigration, though many of his ideas have aligned.
We're going to have the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
There were numerous proposals in Project 2025 that President Trump could have pulled from if he wanted to, that would help him with the big deportation effort and other immigration restrictions. But really, anyone who's heard President Trump speak knows that immigration is a huge priority for him.
Trump has signed 8 executive orders related to immigration, and many of them echo recommendations in Project 2025, like sending troops to the southern border and declaring a national emergency, and putting sanctions on countries that refuse to take back deportees.
However, he's gone much further in some areas. For example, one of the first things he did was sign an executive order that would ban birthright citizenship.
While Trump promised to get rid of it during his campaign, Project 2025 didn't outright call for ending birthright citizenship, which most legal scholars agree is clear in the Constitution. But Project 2025 did call for making the government hard targets for woke culture warriors. The word woke appears over dozens of times, and it's a favorite of Trump's too.
Considering how woke your party has become, Joe Biden's woke policies, there will be no wokeness. We're not going to be woke.
He argued there were too many federal agencies who were adopting these DEI policies that he say were making the government less efficient and making the government less fair.
About 10% of Trump's executive orders focused on wiping out DEI initiatives in the government, schools, and even the private sector. All of those orders mirrored proposals from Project 2025, like terminating federal DEI programs, recognizing only male and female sexes, and emphasizing recruiting federal workers only on merit, not race, sex, or religion.
One of the reasons that President Trump and the authors of Project 2025 are so focused on getting what they call the wokeness out of government is they believe this is a big liberal agenda item.
DEI would have ruined our country, and now it's dead.
And so they think by pulling this out and by stopping this, they'll get the federal government back, into their camp, and it'll make it harder for these agencies to resist what President Trump wants to do with his agenda.
That agenda overlapped with Project 2025 even before Trump took office in January.
So his supporters are saying, well, this is what he campaigned on. These ideas are his ideas and the things that he said he would execute.
In a statement, the White House said Americans would be better served learning about how Trump has swiftly delivered on key campaign promises in his first few months. And the Heritage Foundation said that Trump's current actions aren't about its recommendations in Project 2025, and that he and his team deserve the credit.
Democrats, however, are saying, wait a second, there's too much overlap. This is exactly what we told you was going to happen.
Especially since Trump hired multiple key architects and contributors of Project 2025 to be in his administration. Some of them had even served in his first one.
Plain and simple, this is Project 2025. Project 2025 by another name.
And the project's former director agrees. Paul Dance, who was ousted from the Heritage Foundation during the 2024 campaign, told Politico that Trump's current agenda is beyond his wildest dreams. Still, there are parts of the conservative blueprint that Trump has stopped slightly short of embracing, like national restrictions on abortion.
One thing that the overlap of some of Trump's proposals with Project 2025 should tell us going into the next parts of his administration is that there really are no ideas that he might deem to be too controversial or too conservative. He's doing so much so fast that it's hard for his critics to push back, and he sees that it can actually be quite effective to kind of go for it, especially in the first 100 days of his administration.
So, thank you very much to the Wall Street Journal for that piece. So it was really well produced, well written, and well presented. We really appreciate that. So as you can see, it really seems like, despite candidate Trump saying that he had no idea what Project 2025 was and that he had never read it and he wasn't going to adhere to it, it seems like he is. And the reality is that he is dismantling certain parts of the government. The reality is that he is deporting people without due process. Now, some of these people may have been criminals, may be criminals, they may have committed crimes. And if they had committed crimes, they should go before a judge. They should go before a court. They should be involved in the legal system. We as a country cannot just arbitrarily pick people off of the streets, send them to a foreign country, to prisons that the United States taxpayers are paying money to house these prisoners. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense what's going on. So let's look at another video and let's see how this story continues to play out. We're about 10 minutes away from the beginning of the Mobilize, hands-off National Day of Protest. So let's see what we can get in before that. So it seems like the big connection between Project 2025 and Donald Trump and his MAGA movement comes down to J.D. Vance, right? J.D. Vance was supported by Peter Thiel, they're friends with Elon Musk, and those guys, those tech bro mafia guys, tend to take their philosophical ideology from a guy named Curtis Yarvin. And we'll get to that point. But let's see here real quick what JD has to say about Project 2025.
Dana, first of all, Project 2025 is not affiliated with the Trump campaign. Kevin Roberts is a friend of mine, but I wouldn't say that he speaks for the president in the same way I wouldn't say that he speaks for me. Now, what Donald Trump has said is that he respects the Supreme Court's opinion on the Mifepristone ruling.
But let me just stop you right there. The
Please.
Supreme Court, you're a lawyer, so you know this better than I.
Sure.
The Supreme Court, all they did was say that what came to them didn't have standing. So they let it stand. A real question, a substantive question, hasn't made it to the Supreme Court. So my question for you is whether or not a be sent around the country?
Well, President Trump won the nomination of the Republican Party. He said it to you, and he said it repeatedly, that his goal is not to block mifepristone, it's to let states make the decision on abortion policy. Now, of course, that does mean, Dana, we have to be honest about this, that California might have less restrictive rules than Ohio, which might have less restrictive rules than Alabama. I think what President Trump is really trying to do on the abortion question is really admirable, and I wish the press was a little bit more honest about it. He's saying we've had a 50-year culture war over abortion, where unfortunately this issue has just divided the country, and he wants to provide some ground for us to come together, for states to make these decisions, for voters to make these decisions, and for us all to respect one another. That's all he's...
I didn't know what chicken does to cortisol until I saw this.
Chicken and rice is the best meal to help you lose.
So stand by 1 second. That is our friends over at YouTube trying to put in a commercial, and we'll get rid of that real quick. Stand by. All right, well, you get the idea of what J.D. Vance is trying to say, and what he is saying, and what he's doing. And so let's go over real quick. We're only about 8 minutes away from the beginning of the hands-off National Day of Protest. Let's see what kind of video feeds that we have coming in from around the globe with that. But let's hear real quick from Curtis Yarvin. Curtis Yarvin, yeah, he is the architect and the philosophical leader of the MAGA far right, Project 2025. This guy is the one that arguably wants to do away with the American government as we know it, the social programs as we know them, and he wants to install a dictator in the form of President Trump. Is that good with you, Americans out there, or is that good with you, people around the world? Do we want to have a dictator in the United States? Let's see what Curtis Yarvin says.
And I know that people had their doubts. What is Bernie talking about? Well, no.
Stand by 1 second.
For years, Curtis Yarvin had been writing online about political theory and relative obscurity. His ideas were pretty extreme, that institutions at the heart of American intellectual life, like the mainstream media and academia, need to be dissolved. He also believes that government bureaucracy should be radically gutted, and that American democracy should be replaced by what he calls a monarchy run by a CEO.
Monarch is good, it's a neutral term.
But while Yarvin himself may still be obscure, his ideas are not. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance has alluded to his notions of forcibly ridding American institutions of so-called wokeism. And Yarvin has also found fans in the most powerful and increasingly political ranks of Silicon Valley, like Mark Andreessen, the venture capitalist turned informal advisor to President-elect Trump.
We are living under FDR's personal monarchy.
Peter Thiel, a Republican megadonor, has called him a powerful historian. On top of it all, Yarvin has become a fixture of the right-wing podcast universe. He's been a guest on the shows of Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk, among others.
Thank you for that lovely intro, Tucker.
I've been aware of Yarvin for years, but always thought of his work as pretty fringe. A lot of what Yarvin has to say is disturbing, and the historical evidence he justifies it with is riddled with exaggeration, distortion, and sometimes just plain inaccuracy. But given that his ideas are now finding an audience with some of the most powerful people in the country, Yarvin can't be so easily dismissed anymore.
When you say to a New York Times reader, democracy is bad, they're a little bit shocked. But when you say to them, politics is bad, or even populism is bad, they're like, of course, these are horrible things.
I'm David Marchese, and here's my conversation with writer Curtis Yarvin. To my understanding, one of your central arguments is that, America needs to I think the way you've put it in the past is sort of get over our dictator phobia, that American democracy is a sham, beyond fixing, and having sort of a monarch-style leader, or call it a CEO, or call it a dictator, like that's the way to go. So why is democracy so bad, and why would having a dictator solve the problem?
Let me answer that in, I think, a way that will be relatively accessible to readers of the New York Times. You've probably heard of a man named Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yes.
I do a speech sometimes where I'll just read the last 10 paragraphs of FDR's first inaugural address, in which FDR essentially says to the American people, hey, Congress, give me absolute power or I'll take it anyway. So, did FDR actually take that level of power? Yeah, he did. And so there's a great piece that I've sent to, some of the people that I know that are involved in the transition. There's all sorts of people milling around.
Name one.
There. Name one. Wow. Name one. Well, I definitely know Mark Andreessen, and so I sent this piece to Mark Andreessen, and it's an excerpt from the diary of Harold Ickes, who is FDR's Secretary of the Interior, and it's a little diary entry describing a cabinet meeting in 1933. And what happens in this cabinet meeting is that Francis Perkins, who's the Secretary of Labor, comes in to this meeting and is like, here, I have a list of the projects that we're going to do. FDR personally takes this list, looks at the projects in New York, and is like, this is crap, I don't know what you're doing. Like, humiliates Francis Perkins in the Oval Office or wherever they're having their cabinet meeting. And then at the end of the thing, it's like everybody agrees that the bill will be fixed and then passed through Congress. This is just a picture of FDR acting like a CEO. And so, the question of, was FDR a dictator? What does it mean to be a dictator? What does this pejorative word mean? I don't know. What I know is that Americans of all stripes, Democrats, Republicans, and everyone, except for a few right-wing Republicans, basically revere FDR. And FDR ran the New Deal like a startup.
So,
okay, so FDR ran the New Deal like a startup. FDR. So the time when FDR was president, I think it was a bit different than the time that President Trump is currently president. And it's different. There are different times, different circumstances, and I don't recall FDR ever actually doing the things that they said that he was doing. Stand by 1 second. We got to find some audio that is coming through, it seems like. I think that's the mass mobilization audio that is coming through. So just stand by 1 second. Let me try and find that, where that's coming from. Anyway, we're not ready to start yet, but let's see what else happens here. So this is where President Trump says that on day one he'll be a dictator. You recall that happened, right? So let's see what good old President Trump said about that. Stand by 1 second. I'll get you that feed. One moment, please. And here, let's play this real quick.
On stage, who's back in the spotlight. Garrett Hake is in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Tonight, just hours from another Republican debate that he is skipping, frontrunner Donald Trump dominating headlines with this answer about abuse of power.
Do you in any way have any plans whatsoever, if reelected president, to abuse power, to break the law, to use the government to go after people?
You mean like they're using right now?
Pressed later.
You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
what?
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
That's
drill,
not
drill.
That's not retribution.
I'm going to be, you know, he keeps, we love this guy. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator, okay?
But Mr. Trump has long promised payback against political opponents, including vowing to appoint a special counsel to investigate the Biden family. Tonight, a former advisor going further.
We're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out.
This as President Biden told donors Tuesday in Boston, quote, if Trump wasn't running, I'm not sure I'd be running. Later clarifying he'd stay in the race even if Mr. Trump did not. Many polls show former President Trump leading President Biden in a head-to-head matchup.
I'm not the only one to read it, but I will defeat him.
Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis will share center stage at tonight's debate, each hoping to emerge as the alternative to the frontrunner.
So that was President Trump, as you recall, saying that he was going to be a dictator on day one. Okay, thank you, President Trump, for saying you're going to be a dictator. You know, the thing is about President Trump is that he actually tells you what he's going to do, right? And anybody who's ever worked in sales or in business or has been a student of studying other people, you can tell that the guy is just full of what my grandfather and my father used to say and President Biden said. The guy is full of malarkey. You know it, and if you're not believing it, then you're just living in a dream world, okay? Because this guy doesn't seem to have your best interests at heart, okay? Let's think about it. All of the people in the Midwest who are United Auto Workers or UCFW workers or workers at whatever union you want to talk about, Elon Musk wants to get rid of the unions. Donald Trump does not seem like he's a friend of the unions, right? So all of the people in the Midwest who are union workers, you could be doubly screwed. That's just the way it is, okay? So here's another video of President Trump talking about saying that he's not going to be a dictator. Again, this is when he's in the White House, and it was January 20th, 2025. So stand by 1 second.
From Venezuela, we don't need their oil.
Another embargo like the first term?
Well, it could be, but we don't want to buy. We don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves. So
President Trump.
That'll change Venezuela quite a bit.
President Trump, there was a lot of concern about this during the campaign. A question that only works today. Are you a dictator on day one?
No. I can't.
No, I'm not a dictator on day one. Schools, social welfare programs, Social Security, healthcare, research, geopolitical rules, global economics, allies, undermining government, undermining the global order. This is what's happening, okay? You know what's happening. So let's see what's going on. So just real quick, I'll bring you a video. Let's see what's happening over at the live stream for the people over at Mobilize and Indivisible. I mean, these are the guys that have organized it. And this is the video that is coming from them. Stand by 1 second. Okay, so it seems like their video is frozen. Once the official video, stand by, you can see what their video looks like.
Suffering, my thoughts and prayers are with Palestine, and whatever else you can shout out, I want to hear it. Who needs our help? Kishlemiin, Wicheminin, and Kanakahinen, Wanishi, creator.
Okay, so their video continues to freeze because they're probably using some kind of very low bandwidth internet connection. They're not using some kind of professional encoding. They're probably not using satellite systems. So we're going to go over right now to the protest that's happening in Washington, D.C., and I'll bring you that feed live. Stand by 1 second.
Awesome. Thank you. Nice. Nope. Yeah.
Ain't gonna let nobody. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up the freedom way. Ain't gonna let nobody. No. No, ain't gonna let nobody. I'm gone. That's it.
All right, so you can see that the people that are running this indivisible thing, whatever they're doing, I'm not really sure. It's a lot of audio that is mixed matched. It's a lot of streaming video that is just not streaming very well. They don't have the microphones all together. So we're just going to stay on our own feed here for just a second. I mean, I'm not even any better, but I'm just a one-man show. I don't have all these people behind me, so let's see what happened. Okay, let's see if they've got their act together.
When I describe and envision my ancestral homelands without colonial borders, I say that I am from the southernmost tidewaters of Lenape-Hoking, the land of Lenape. And that land spreads throughout most of Delaware, parts of Pennsylvania and Maryland, and all of New Jersey.
Yeah, so really not sure what's happening with their feeds that are coming in. They've got some audio issues. But let's go back to this real quick, see what's happening.
Governed, traded, thrived, and endured within our original territory since time immemorial. It is our inherent sovereign right to continue to do so. But acknowledging our existence is only one step. Good allies also amplify and elevate the voices of those they are helping. We are in a time of uncertainty. Indigenous, Black, and Brown are in dire need of assistance. In fact, solidarity is critical for our collective futures. We all know too well what happens to the land happens to the people. As we struggle to fight for life and beauty in this world and for the earth itself, each of us must decide where our moral compass leads us. Will you remember the Piscataway Nation when you leave here today? Will you honor the
Okay, I'm not really sure what happened there, but we were taking a feed from USA Today, and it suddenly went to black. So there's a graphic up there that says "Stand by for breaking news." So we're going to go over to. Oh wow! So this is interesting. Feeds are coming in from YouTube, right? And so this is really interesting, right? Sorry about that. We had some audio issues, but this is really interesting. This feed is coming in from New York City, and YouTube potentially cut the feed off. This feed right here is coming in from Washington, D.C., and YouTube has potentially cut that off as well. So this reminds me of a time when I was in Russia. It was just after the World Cup in 2018. And the story broke that the United States of America had just placed some kind of injunction against 13 different Russian citizens. I was in Moscow, and the World Cup had just ended. I was going to leave the next day, and this is exactly when President Trump was going to meet President Putin in Helsinki. Okay, so anyway, long story short is that I was reading the story in Moscow. The feed on the New York Times kept going to black, kept going to black. I reloaded, it kept going to black. I couldn't get the story. I couldn't read the story about the Russians who were indicted while I was in Russia. Next day I jump on a plane, get to Switzerland, reload the story, comes back up. Make that last journey to the United States, reload the story again, it comes back up. So let's hope what happened in Russia to me is not happening here in the United States, where they are squashing free speech, where they are trying to control your access to information. So let's go ahead and listen in. This is coming from Washington, D.C., and let's see what they have to say. This is USA Today. Okay, so you can hear that their audio is oversaturated. But the idea behind this is that people are gathering just outside of at the foot of the Washington Monument, and they're there to protest the problems that they see that are inflicting the United States. They're worried about their Social Security. They're worried about education in the United States. They're worried about the president acting like a dictator and changing the way Americans have lived for the past 80, 100, 200 years. We got rid of a king. We fought the American Revolution for that. And yet here we are again with our president buddying up, chumming up to President Putin of Russia, paying homage to Viktor Orban of Hungary. And it just goes against everything that America stands for. It just goes against what your fathers and your mothers have taught you forever. Okay? So, sorry guys, that's just the reality of the situation. Okay, we'll go back to this feed. Wow. So we'll go back to this feed. Again, here we go. USA Today is having some real issues. Call me, guys, if you need some help. Would love to help you out on the future thing, and we can get some real professional work in there. Talk to you. Stand by 1 second. We'll try and go to our next feed. And this is a feed. This is from the New York Post. And the New York Post is also in D.C., and they're also at the foot of the Washington Monument. Stand by. Okay, I'm not really sure what's going on, but but I've been standing by, and I've been in the office since 6 a.m. Pacific. And
Washington, D.C. Please welcome Congressman Jamie Raskin.
Really happens. This is Jamie Raskin. This is the feed coming from PBS NewsHour, a legitimate news organization.
Hello, indivisible. Hello, America. Anybody here from Maryland, the Free State? The birthplace of Frederick Douglass. The proud home of people who work at USAID and FDA and NOAA, the National Weather Service, and the National Institutes for Health, the NIH. The crown jewel of bioscience, where despite all the purges and all the firings, they're working every day to cure cystic fibrosis, multiple sclerosis, breast cancer, and that most deadly disease of our time, malignant narcissistic personality disorder. Let the scientists do their jobs. They might even find a cure for that baffling worm in brain disease. The great thing about science is it's true whether or not the Secretary of Health and Human Services believes in it. Let's all say with Maryland, hands off science. Anybody here from Virginia? The birthplace of James Madison, who wrote us the First Amendment. It separated church and state for the first time in human history. It gave us the right to speak freely, to publish freely, to worship freely, to assemble freely, and to petition government for a redress of grievances. As Dr. King said, we've got the right to protest for what is right without being arrested, deported, or fired. We got the right to read the books we want, including 1984 and The Handmaid's Tale, even if they now belong in the nonfiction section. We've even got the right to call the president deranged for crashing our economy, destroying $6 trillion of wealth, and turning my 401k into a 201k. And the press has the right to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico. Madison's Constitution gave us the two most beautiful words in the English language: due process. Let's stand with Madison and Virginia and the people and Thomas Jefferson and all the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and let's say, hands off the Bill of Rights. Hello to the 713,000 tax-paying, patriotic citizens of Washington, D.C. Your officers, like Michael Fanone, joined the Capitol Police on January 6, 2021 to defend Congress against the worst insurrectionary and mob violence of American history brought down on the Capitol, which wounded, hospitalized, and injured more than 140 of our police officers. These were mobsters who turned the flag of America into a weapon of war against our police. And now Donald Trump says he wants to set up a fund to compensate them. Mr. Trump, if there's going to be a fund to compensate people for January 6th, we're going to compensate the police officers and their families. We're going to back the men and women of the blue, not the planners of the coup. Meantime, the people of D.C. have a valid, bona fide political grievance, not an imaginary one. They've not stormed the Capitol or tried to overturn an election or hang the vice president. They petitioned for statehood like 37 states before them. They did it the right way. So we say to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, hands off Greenland. That's an independent country. Hands off Canada. That's an independent country. Hands off Panama. That's an independent country. Statehood for Washington, D.C. And let's say with the people of Washington, free D.C. I want to say a special hello to people across America, but especially the people of Wisconsin. They showed America that organized people who want nothing but freedom can defeat organized billionaires who want nothing but power. Here in America, Mr. Musk, justice is not for sale, and we don't raffle off state Supreme Court judgeships for $1 million prizes. Stop trying to buy our votes. Stop ripping off our government and stop stealing our data. My friends, we're in the fight of our lives, but I want to tell you this. We are winning now. We are winning every day. We are winning in court, where 39 judges appointed by 5 Republican and Democratic presidents have issued 56 preliminary injunctions and TROs against this lawlessness. Now want to impeach judges like Judge Boasberg, the chief judge of the D.C. District. Yesterday, he ordered the return of Kilmer Garcia, a legal resident of the United States, married to a U.S. citizen. They sent him to a dictator's prison in El Salvador. The administration was forced to admit that his deportation was without due process and was, quote, an administrative error. But get this, then Trump said, well, c'est la vie. Mr. Garcia would have to stay in that torture facility because the U.S. no longer had custody over him. But Judge Boasberg told him that if you've got the means to unlawfully deport someone, you find the means to bring them back. So now they're calling Judge Boasberg a radical left rogue judge. The problem is he was appointed to the bench first by President Bush. He was Justice Kavanaugh's roommate at Yale. He's known as a pillar of the legal establishment. They say, though, well, the number of courts striking down Trump's policies is completely unprecedented. Well, so what? That's only because the number of his illegal actions are completely unprecedented. The judges are doing their jobs. They're doing their jobs. Let's tell MAGA what democratic movements all over the world tell the dictators of the world. Hands off the courts. Hands off the courts. But, you know, Trump's even trying to ban law firms and lawyers who represent Democrats from federal buildings and federal employment and to revoke their security clearances. Wait, he's shaken down law firms for hundreds of millions of dollars in pro bono work for his pro-Malum causes. Some firms have buckled under these threats, but hundreds of firms led by Wilmer Hale and Jenner and Block and thousands of lawyers led by Rachel Cohen are standing strong for the rule of law. And the courts are rejecting these attacks on the right to counsel and free speech. We're winning in the states. We're winning in the counties. We're winning in the cities and towns. We're winning in the churches, and not just with the great Reverend Barber. We're winning across the country. No moral person wants an economy crashing dictator who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. We're winning in the universities, which know the difference between transgender mice and transgenic mice. And they know the difference between academic freedom and political tyranny. We're winning with veterans across America who know which side we were fighting on.
That was Jamie Raskin addressing the crowd in Washington, D.C. And what Mr. Raskin says is true. There is a lot of anti-Musk resentment. There have been people deported from the United States without due process. regardless if they have committed crimes or not, they have the right to stand before a jury of their peers. They have the right to go before a judge and see if they're really guilty and convicted. And if they're convicted, then they should do their time. And if they are illegal, if they don't have the correct papers, then they should be deported. But the people should not be deported without due process, without the chance to go before a judge or a jury. That's just not the American way. And if you think it is, well, I'm sorry, you're just wrong. Okay, stand by. This is the people over in London who are showing their support for you, the American people. They want you, the American people, to know that your cause, your fight for democracy, is valid for them. And whatever spills over from the United States is going to have a rippling effect across the world. It already is. Stand by 1 second and we'll go live to London.
Grossi is how anybody could think he's anything other than that is just perplexing, is it not? So, I mean, that's really, I guess everything grows out of that. Everything he represents, it's like if you took the worst of America and shoved it into one body, it would be Donald Trump.
The tariffs this week, or announced just yesterday, I think, hugely damaging to the world order, hugely damaging to this country. So that's just the most recent of a long set of attacks. But you know what he's doing to dismantle the federal government, what he's doing at the border, how he's sending people without due process back to concentration camps in El Salvador. There's a long list of things. But today we really want to send a message of solidarity to our friends and families back in America.
He's a horrible, small-minded person who is easily maneuvered. And the people who are maneuvering him are very, very, very dangerous. And he's very dangerous, but he's a small-minded and not, frankly, very smart person. So, no, I hope, I don't know what to hope. I just hope this is over soon. He's now...
The Trump regime is turning its back on threatening.
Yes, that's true. Well, actually, they're probably not made out.
Because Donald Trump is nothing but a stand off the UK. Hands off the UK! He's ended the program to track abducted Ukrainian children, so we now have no record. Continue that work.
And it is the Senate.
So those were our friends from London, and they were showing solidarity with you, American citizens, and obviously they were expatriates, right? Expats who are living abroad in London doing their thing. You know, a lot of you, I'm sure, have never lived abroad. You've never, you know, I don't know. I hope that you've traveled abroad, but I don't really know. But there's a lot of goodwill. There's a lot of sentiment, good sentiment towards Americans and American companies. At least there was until about 10 years ago. And so 10 years ago, what happened is that the rhetoric became so divisive and so pro-American, which there's nothing wrong with having pro-American. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there is. But the rhetoric became so divisive that American companies and American business people were not necessarily welcome in foreign countries any longer, right? I personally experienced a lot of animosity, a lot of aggression because of the rhetoric that President Trump had spewed during the past 10 years or the first several years of his first presidency. So it's not good. It's just not good. Things are just not good. So let's do a quick thing. Let's go back over to Jamie Raskin. It seems like the people over at Mobilize Indivisible and the Hands Off 2025 people have gotten their technological act together a bit. And I just want to let you know the issue is not, the problem is leaving here fine is what we say. My up and down internet speeds are about 100 megabits up, 100 megabits down. So my streaming capability is no problem. So what's happening, the problem is coming in here or leaving there with an issue. Stand by 1 second. We'll bring you that.
Standing in front of oligarchs, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos, standing in front of a cabinet of billionaires and Putin followers who make war plans over the public signal app, even while they're literally sitting in the Kremlin. But I want to tell you something. Moldberg and Vance and Musk, they may have access to artificial intelligence, but they've got no access to human intelligence. These founders of the Dark Enlightenment, as they call themselves, are no match for the founders of the actual Enlightenment, like Madison and Jefferson and Ben Franklin and Tom Paine, much less the leaders who took down slavery and built Reconstruction, like Abraham Lincoln and Harriet Tubman and Thaddeus Stevens and Frederick Douglass. If they think they're going to overthrow the heroes of American democracy, they don't know who they're dealing with. Our founders wrote a constitution that does not begin with "we the dictators." The preamble says, "We the people." We the who? Did you say the corporations? We the people, in order to form a more perfect. Did you say a more perfect government? We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of liberty, do hereby ordain and establish the Constitution of these United States of America. That's our preamble. And then the very next sentence is, all legislative power is vested in the Congress of the United States of America. And it lays out all the powers of Congress, the power to regulate commerce domestically and internationally, which means it's Congress that controls tariffs, not the president, not Elon Musk. Their tariffs are not only imbecilic, they're illegal, they're unconstitutional, and we're going to turn this around. Congress has the power of the purse to raise money and spend money. An Appropriations Act is a federal law, like a law banning assault on federal officers. It's not a budgetary negotiation. It's not a suggestion to the executive branch. If we say spend money on childhood education or cancer research, you spend that money. Congress is the lawmaking branch, the predominant branch, as Madison put it. And don't buy any of this fifth grade propaganda about three co-equal branches. First of all, co-equal's not even a word, okay? It's like extremely unique. But secondly, read Article 2 of the Constitution about the president. After all those pages about Congress, 4 short paragraphs. The most important one, Section 4, which is all about how you impeach a president for treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. We're co-equal. How come we can impeach him and he can't impeach us? What's the core function of the president, my friends? Teach your children. to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Not twisted, not distorted, not maligned, not trashed. Take care that the laws are faithfully executed. All we say to Donald Trump is, do your job! 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 And when he doesn't, that's what Article 3 is all about. All about. Marbury versus Madison says it's emphatically the province and the duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. That's what judicial review is. But that's a short-term solution, my friends. The real backstop to this authoritarianism is, it has always been, and it always will be, the people. Even with all their gerrymandering and all their voter suppression, even with all their billions in dark money, the people must, the people will organize to defeat them and take back the Congress next year. We'll be heard in the town halls, in the union halls, in the church halls, in the state capitals and in the capital city, online and inline, at the post office, which we're going to save, at social events, and at the social security offices that they're trying to close down. And if anybody was slow to wake up to this authoritarian takeover, nobody's sleeping now, and nothing is going to stop the forces of democracy and freedom in America. No oligarch, no proligarch, no autocrat, no theocrat, no kleptocrat, no monarch from Moscow or Mar-a-Lago is going to turn us around. Fascism will not be the end of human history. Human history will be the end of fascism. The deranged cult of MAGA will not destroy the economy built by free labor, free ideas, and free markets. The Economist magazine called 6 months ago the envy of the world. The envy of the world. My friends, we are not only the liberals who believe in liberty. We are not only the progressives who believe in progress. We are the conservatives who will defend the
So that was Jamie Raskin, and he is doing a great job of telling the people what is happening. He's always very eloquent. But for the moment, let's go over to Charlotte, North Carolina, and let's see what the people over there in that arguably red state are saying about President Trump and Elon Musk. Stand by.
In allowing people to recover. Access to treatment is critical. Underfunding only perpetuates the cycle of suffering and loss. Imagine somebody finally reaching out for help, only to be told there's no space for them, no funding for their care. For many, this is a death sentence. And yet, instead of investing in real solutions, we've seen fear-mongering, misinformation, and outright lies. The Trump administration has pushed a false narrative about fentanyl, fueling the pandemic or fueling panic instead of offering policy solutions. We've been told of exaggerated overdose death tolls, that migrants are to blame, and that tougher border policies will end the crisis. None of that is true. What is true is that fentanyl is in our communities because demand exists. And demand exists because we are failing to provide accessible, evidence-based treatment. Tougher border policies do nothing to address the root cause. The lack of affordable treatment and supportive services, that is the root cause. The reality is that substance use disorders don't disappear when we criminalize people or build higher walls. We have decades of the war on drugs to prove that. They disappear when we ensure people have access to health care, housing, harm reduction, and support. We cannot afford to go backward. Every dollar cut from SAMHSA isn't just a budgetary adjustment. It's a life put at risk. So what can we do? We must advocate for full funding of SAMHSA programs. I beg of you to join me in this fight. Let's make sure that no one is left without the support they need to survive and recover. We must remind them that when we invest in people, we save lives. I leave you with a quote from an American pioneer and president, FDR. The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those that have much. It is whether we provide enough for those who have too little. Thank you. Hands off. And hands off our treatment services. Thank you.
My name is Beth Ockerbloom. I manage programs at Queen City Harm Reduction. I'm going to do my best to holler into this microphone. I work from a place of long-term recovery with addiction, from addiction, and I walk hand in hand with the people that I have the privilege of serving. Harm reduction provides dignity and hope to people who use drugs that are otherwise lost in a system of oppression. Somewhere between DARE programs and rehab, there is an entire population who deserve the ability to stay alive and care for their health regardless of drug use. Cuts in funding that were promised by our government jeopardize all that has been accomplished to bring life-saving supplies to people who use drugs, supplies and services to people who use drugs, people engaging in sex work, and so many more marginalized populations. Elected and non-elected officials of our presidential cabinet and executive offices somehow have the power to make calls that were never in their purview, with a disdain for science and human rights backing their decisions. And speaking of science, harm reduction programs reduce HIV and hepatitis C infection rates by 50% in people participating, which was data that you would have been able to find through CDC resources. Participants in syringe services are 3 times more likely to stop using drugs than a typical drug user. Whatever our moral convictions and whatever the outcome, data doesn't lie. As I said, people who use drugs actively are still valid and are still worthy of health care, of human services, of resources. And thousands of people needing overdose reversal kits such as Narcan, wound care, and so many life-saving supplies come through our doors every year in this county alone, and the risk of losing the ability to serve the most vulnerable will end lives. Funding cuts mean overdose deaths. Funding cuts mean lost health care for people who need it most. And funding cuts mean that the richest people on earth decide who lives and dies, and we can't let it happen. Thanks for listening.
Hands off. Harm reduction. Harm reduction. Hands off. Hands off. Harm reduction. Harm reduction.
Weren't they awesome? And I will tell you something, I hope I don't embarrass you, Dane. When I asked Dane to speak, he was supposed to have his ACL repaired last Monday, and he didn't know if he could be here. That's why he's got a brace on his knee. And on top of the threats of Medicare, Medicaid cuts, all of that, they canceled his surgery because he could only give them $2,000 out of his pocket up front. This is what we're dealing with, even for people who have insurance. So hands off. Our medical care. Damn straight. I'm sorry, I'm the one who said no vulgarity. I apologize. I'm from New York, it just slips out. Our next speaker is a UNCC professor who has lost her grant. She's an associate professor of social work at UNC Charlotte and a founding member of the Violence Prevention Center. She has over 70 publications related to violence prevention, not that that's any.
So, as you can see, there are many people that are speaking out against President Trump and Elon Musk and the various executive orders that they're trying to enforce upon you. Amphetamines, Oxycontin, opioids. These are all problems that we're facing in the United States. And what has happened is that the United States has a infatuation with drugs, right? I mean, we have a problem here in the United States, and we need to take responsibility for our problem and realize that we have created a marketplace for which foreign entities are just fulfilling a need, right? And that need is that the drugs that the people in the United States crave. Now, why do they crave it? It could be like maybe they're upset because they didn't get a job, because they don't have any opportunities, because the government sent businesses abroad and they created a vacuum and people are now turning to drugs for solace. It's not a reason to do it, folks. We don't need to do drugs. If we want to get rid of the problem, we need to quit doing the drugs ourselves. Okay, so let's go back over to Washington, D.C. and see what is happening with Representative Maxwell Frost from Florida is speaking. Stand by 1 second. We'll see what he's got to say.
We can't afford groceries is because of other people in our own communities. Yes, we know that this system is rigged and the status quo doesn't work for Americans, but it's not rigged against the billionaires, it's rigged for the billionaires and for the corporations. They are the ones hoarding so much wealth, we can't even imagine what it is. They're the ones cutting essential programs that help working families while giving themselves massive tax breaks that benefits nobody but themselves. They tell us that immigrants are stealing our jobs, but they're the ones shipping jobs overseas and hiring corporate lawyers to go and union bust. They're the ones that are screwing us over on the jobs. They tell us that trans people are a threat to our children, but they're the ones dismantling public education. They're the ones denying the climate crisis. They're the ones poisoning our planet. They're the ones doing nothing about the national public health emergency of gun violence. And they want us to believe that they're the patriots of free speech. But they're the ones kidnapping and disappearing college students across this country that are just fighting for peace to ensure that innocent people don't die. The message is simple, and I've been traveling the country. I went to Michigan with my good friend Senator Chris Murphy to a Republican district, and the message is simple. We're in this situation not because of our neighbors. I promise you, your bank account looks a lot more like your trans neighbors or your immigrant neighbors, and nothing like Elon Musk's. In fact, we're all closer to being on the streets than having a bank account that looks like his. How do you think he got to where he's at? I have people who come up to me and say, Maxwell, why would they be stealing? Elon Musk is already the richest person in the world. He has enough money. The question is, how do you think he became the richest person in the world? And, you know, Elon doesn't like me. If you told me 5 years ago that the richest man on earth would be tweeting about me, I mean, it goes to show Elon's a great example that money can't buy you happiness, and money can't buy you a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat either. But I'll tell you, our way out of this is not to back down, is not to be silent, it is not to be divided. Throughout human history, authoritarian...
So that is Maxwell Frost. He's a congressman out of Florida. And obviously, he is a Democrat from that great state of Florida, which is a little bit different from what is the norm there. Usually they're Republicans, and there's nothing wrong with being a Republican. I was once upon a time a Republican myself until Donald Trump came on the scene, and just couldn't do it anymore, folks. I had to deal with reality. I had to deal with, I couldn't deal with the lies that President Trump was spewing, and I couldn't see the American government and the American people being lied to and duped and taken advantage of. So I decided to make the switch, and it wasn't easy. So that's the life with President Trump. Okay, let's go over to another place. This is coming to us from Reuters, and there are some people, I'm not really sure where they are, but they are here in the United States. And this is coming from Stringer.com via Reuters. And you may have seen this before, but I just want to bring it to you real quick and share this video with you. It's more video coming in from the United States about Trump and Musk.
I feel like the movement is growing. I mean, we've only had to deal with him for the last 16 days. So I think people are waking up to what we're faced with and are going to be coming into the streets.
All right, what? I'm an old lady. As well as actions here and in the future to make sure.
In 2016, we didn't know what he was really going to do in office, but now we know. And yeah, I don't know. I can't understand how he got elected. I can't understand how people are okay with this, and I hope that people will start to push back before it's too late.
All right. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA.
All right, that's some video that is being brought to you by Stringer.com and Reuters. Reuters is a well-respected news agency, and they've been around for several hundred years. And they're a global company, and yes, they are part of the traditional media, which some people think are to cause for all of our current problems. But let's talk about that for a second, right? What is the traditional media? It's considered the fourth estate. It's considered a protectorate of democracy. Most journalists who work at these organizations are ethical people who have been trained to provide information in a nonpartisan way, if that even really exists. I mean, if you ask any journalists if they are truly middle of the road, if they truly are nonpartisan, most people would say, most journalists would say, it's almost impossible to be nonpartisan, because how do you take yourself out of what you're writing? You can try to look at all different viewpoints and bring those different viewpoints into a story, but it's almost impossible. And the best you can hope to do is to be as middle of the road, as nonpartisan as possible, but it's almost impossible. But what we have is a movement that was started by President Trump several years ago, almost 10 years ago, when he coined the term fake news, when he started to undermine traditional media, when the internet Facebook, YouTube, Google, Amazon, when those companies started to get involved in news, they started to undermine news, they started to democratize news, and they started to get rid of the gatekeepers. Now, nobody wants to really have a gatekeeper, but when you have a gatekeeper, the traditional gatekeepers, right, they are trying to expose government for being corrupt, if they are. They are trying to hold government to standards, to being the best that they can be. Social media, I don't really think so. I think that social media is just about the algorithm, and social media is just about trying to get clicks and likes and followers. For me, I don't even know if I have any followers. I don't even really care. All I'm trying to do is spread the word, and I'm just trying to live a life and work and provide for my family, which I think is most what Americans and most people around the world want. So let's go back over to Washington, D.C., and let's see who's speaking now there. And this feed is going to be brought to you by, stand by 1 second, USA Today. Their coverage will begin again shortly. Not really sure what's happening there. But let's go over to PBS NewsHour. They're a bunch of professional broadcasters, and they've been doing it for a very, very long time. And the United States needs the public broadcasting system. We need, excuse me, we need American media. We need the media to be supported by the American government. And if we're not getting that, then we're one step closer to oligarchies and dictators and the suppression of media and the suppression of free speech. And when the suppression of free speech happens, well, then they start to take away your other rights. And you can answer yourself what rights have been taken away from you. And what do you really fear about what's happening in the United States today?
Because our votes are not for sale. Our values are not for sale. And our rights and our freedoms are not for sale. So are you ready to fight? You ready to win? I'd love to have Shanice say a few words about her experience, and then I'll introduce our next speaker.
Thanks, everyone, for coming out. I just want to thank you all and let you know that I'm happy that you're in the fight with us. I may not get my job back, but I'm going to fight for the employees that are still there because they deserve it as well. And I'm going to make sure that everyone knows what's going on because when we fight, we win.
And now it's my joy to introduce an absolute fighter for our nation's kids, someone who protects not only our educators, our students, but all working people in this country, the president of the National Education Association, Becky Pringle.
The view from up here is magnificent. Of all the civil rights for which this world has fought and died for 5,000 years, the right to learn is the most fundamental. The freedom to learn has been bought by bitter sacrifice. So whatever you might think about the curtailment of other civil rights, you must fight to the last ditch to keep open the right to learn. W.E.B. Du Bois over a century ago are still true today. I am Becky Pringle, and I am most proud of having taught eighth graders the wonders of science for 31 years. And I am honored to be the president of this nation's largest labor union, the National Education Association. I am joined here on stage by teachers and education support staff. And we are joined by the 3 million people who have dedicated their lives to teaching and nurturing, counseling and feeding, driving and taking care of this nation's 50 million students. And we're all here to say, hands off our public schools. The NEA has called out Donald Trump and Elon Musk and WWE czar. You can't make this stuff up. Linda McMahon's brazen attempts to undermine public education in America. Their devastating, dangerous, and disrespectful mass firing of half of our public servants in the department.
So that was the PBS feed that is coming to me via YouTube, and I'm sending that out to you. And that was from Washington, D.C. I believe that's at the foot of the Washington Monument there. So here's another feed that is coming to you directly from moveon.org. And this is a feed that it's also coming from Washington, D.C. And let's hear what they have to say. Stand by 1 second.
The workers serve the public, so we are here to protect ourselves and all of our friends, neighbors, family, community. And again, we're going to say all day and all day, every day, hands off! 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 And with that, let me turn it over to Linda Felt to talk to us about how important Social Security is to her and to all of us.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. When Alex Lawson asked me if I would speak as a concerned community member, I said yes. Asked if I would speak as a concerned community member, I said I am concerned. I'm kind of beyond concerned. I'm terrified. I'm angry and pissed. I'm bewildered and confused that this can happen in the United States. And I am heartbroken. This brings to mind the quote from Cory Booker, who is my personal hero at the moment. And he said, if America is not breaking your heart right now, you don't love her enough. And I do love America, and I am heartbroken and terrified. And it's hard to get out here and do this when we are heartbroken and terrified, but we know we have to. We have to fight and protect Social Security and protect federal employees and protect all of the things that we count on as Americans. So I would rather be a body pump. It's 10 a.m. on a Saturday. I would rather be a body pump with my two besties back here working out. But we ditched class so we could come and be with all y'all who are raising the roof, making it happen, showing what Social Security and America as a concept, where has my America gone, is, I'm looking at that sign back there, and that is the question. So my personal Social Security story is that I will be turning 65 in 2 months. Thank you. And I want my Medicare. I want my Social Security. I have paid it. I started working when I was 16. I have paid into the system, and my employers have paid into the system for close to 50 years, and I want my money. I really do. I need my money. I want my money. And I got my Social Security benefit statement recently, and my employers and I collectively over the last 50 years have paid in close to $250,000. I want those benefits. So that's why I'm here. It's our money. 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 So thank you so much. I'm also here, that's my story, but in a moment you're going to hear from Lisa Bogacki, who has traveled 2 hours down from Pennsylvania to talk to you about her Social Security story. I actually got connected with Alex Lawson. In a minute you're going to hear from Lisa Bogacki, who's traveled down from Pennsylvania to be with us today. I connected with Alex Lawson. Did they hear me now?
No, we
connected with Alex.
We can't see you. Stand up on the table, please. No one can hear you back there.
So I connected with Lisa Bogacki when Alex Lawson asked if we could get testimonials from real Americans about what Social Security has meant to them. I'm in a Facebook group of Democratic women with 125,000 members, and I put out the call. We got 10 videos that were sent to Hakeem Jeffries. Clips from them were played at his hearing on Tuesday. I think I saw Governor O'Malley testify there, and, you know, represented for real people getting Social Security and what it means to them and what it would mean if it were taken away. So I'm very proud of those women who did that, who took their time and energy and you know, made videos of themselves. As we know, sometimes that's difficult to look at a video of yourself for a minute and a half, but they did it, they got it done. And Lisa, you have something better than the video. Lisa Bogacki is one of those women, and she has come down from Pennsylvania to speak to you live. So you'll hear from her in a moment. Social Security was there for her and her family on the worst day of their lives. And she is here now standing for Social Security in return. Thank you so much, and let's give Lisa Bogacki a warm Baltimore welcome. Yes.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hi all. Thank you, Linda, for inviting me to speak here today. Although I have not yet reached retirement age myself, I have more experience with Social Security benefits than anyone would ever want to. 15 years ago, my healthy 42-year-old husband was found deceased on our couch by our then 13-year-old son. In the awful chaos that followed, I remember our 10-year-old daughter and 3-year-old son standing holding hands on the stairs while they cried quietly. His death was caused by sudden cardiac death. Later that same day, my daughter, 10 at the time, asked if we would have to leave our home and get a new house because we didn't have Daddy anymore. I promised her that day that I would do everything in my power to keep us in our home. Those early days remain blurred in my mind. I remember my father taking me to the Social Security office. I remember that crowded waiting room and that the staff there was very kind to me. Shortly thereafter, although I don't remember the details of applying, Social Security benefits, survivors benefits for my children started arriving in my bank account to assist with their care. If not for these benefits, I would not have been able to keep my promise to our children. It is not much money. It amounted to about roughly the salary of a minimum wage job. Yet it was a lifetime for some piece of normalcy for my family. A sense of normalcy is all I wanted for my kids at that time and thereafter. They've now aged out of the program. It's a program that works exactly how it is supposed to. The benefits arrived on time. We were notified of changes very effectively. They stopped exactly when the rules said they were going to stop. I'm now about to begin widow survivor benefits. It's been part of my personal retirement plan that I spent many hours working on for quite some time. Now I have to worry every day if that is the plan that I will continue to be able to rely on. Social Security benefits were essential to the care and well-being of raising my children. It's a promise from their father, who paid into the system his entire working life. It's a promise to all of us who pay into the system our entire working lives. These are earned benefits. It is not charity. It is certainly not a Ponzi scheme. We must work on expanding these essential benefits and never consider dismantling or privatizing them. Thank you for hearing me.
Wow, that was very powerful. So I think that is like really one of the main galvanizing forces behind what is happening today and all of the unrest that we have seen over the past month, the past few weeks. Social Security, people's future. In government and in elections, what did they often tell us? It's the economy, stupid. So let's take that same mentality, that same thought, and apply it to this. It's our money, stupid. So when you have a president or a billionaire, the richest man in the world, telling us that there's going to be a little pain in the short term for long-term gain, well, it just doesn't make sense. If people cannot afford to put food on the table, if people cannot afford health care, if people cannot afford to send their kids to school, then you're asking for problems. You're asking for a revolution. And nobody wants to see that. Is this short-term pain really going to affect Elon Musk? The man is the richest person in the world. He has billions of dollars. He can afford to lose $1 billion. He can afford to put $300,000 into an election. He can afford to put $20 million into a state Supreme Court election. He can afford to do this. Donald Trump can afford to do it now because he's invested in crypto, because he's created a social media company, because it's listed on the stock market, because he's enabled himself to build hotels and to make agreements with rich golf promoters. They can afford to do this. We can't. Most Americans can't. The middle class cannot afford to continue to be the engine that drives innovation, the engine that continues to foot the bill for everyone, the low class and the high class. And I don't mean class as like they're low class, that are uneducated. We're talking strictly financial, right? The middle class cannot be the bank account any longer. If the billionaires and the millionaires are not paying their fair share of taxes, why should the middle class do that? Why should the middle class continue to foot the bill and pay for all of these programs? Why should the middle class continue to pay their taxes when Elon Musk is benefiting from government programs and he's making money and he's getting technology from NASA, from open source? Why should he continue to benefit from that? It just doesn't make any sense. Why should we continue to fund his endeavors, and what benefit are we getting from it? I don't know. So let's go over to New York City. This is New York City. This is an anti-Trump protesters gather wide in New York City. This is coming to us live from the internet. Thank you, USA Today, and I want to say thank you very much to all of the providers, media companies, mostly legacy, who are spreading the word and fighting the good fight. This is coming to us from New York City from USA Today. Stand by 1 second. We'll go directly to that.
On the other side, I'm going to write fuck Trump, but I'll do it first. Thank you. All right.
So that's the video that is coming to live from New York City. It's not so exciting. It's just people gathering. They're walking through the streets of Manhattan, and they are voicing their opinion, and they are gathering to show solidarity against Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and they're hoping to protect democracy. Let's stand by 1 second and we'll go over to Washington, D.C., where PBS is presenting, and we'll see what they're saying. It looks like they're saying, bring the TSA union back. So most of you have traveled, and you know that going through the TSA is not really a fun thing. But let's talk about that for a second. What do? They keep us safe, right? They stop the shoe bomber, right? They stop people from bringing drugs, bombs, illicit materials into the United States. And if we defund the TSA, well, I guess the simple answer is that we're not going to be safe, or we'll be less safe. So let's go over to Washington, D.C., and let's see what they have to say. Stand by 1 second. I'll bring that to you live. 1 moment.
We're not here today just as union members or federal employees. We are here today as defenders of democracy. We're here today as champions of justice. We're here as protectors of our freedom and the American way of life. That's why we're here. And brothers and sisters, let me tell you this. The AFGE is here standing on principles. Say principles. Because today our nation is at a crossroad. In recent days, we witnessed unprecedented attacks on our democracy, on the rule of law, on American veterans, on American workers, on our civil servants, on our government, on our communities, on our union, and on the very freedom guaranteed to us by our Constitution. What do we say? We say no. Now, just last week, the president issued an unprecedented executive order, and the union of over 1 million American workers who serve their country every single day, a third of whom are veterans themselves, and that is an attack on AFGE. But let me tell you something, it's not just an attack on AFGE, but it's an attack on all of us. Because if he is able to deny our members their rights under the law, guess what? He won't stop there, because you're next. He'll deny your rights. And that's their hope. That's their plan. But they thought it was easy. They thought we were easy targets. But let me tell you something about union members and veterans. We will not be intimidated. I'm a veteran myself. I'm an Army veteran. We will not be silenced. We will not bow down. We'll stand up and say, hands off our union. We'll stand up and say, hands off our contract. We'll stand up and say, hands off our democracy. Hands off our freedom. And we'll stand up and speak truth to power. Let me just tell somebody that might be listening that AFGE and the labor force, 15 million of us, we're going nowhere. We're going to stand our ground. We're not going to stand by and let you dismantle the agencies that protect American workers against greedy billionaires and corporations. Hands off. Let them hear you. Let them hear you. We ain't going to let them dismantle Social Security and steal the money that Americans have contributed toward their retirement their entire life. What do we say? We aren't going to let you cut 80,000 workers from the VA and take away our veteran benefits. What do you say? We aren't going to let them gut the agencies that keep us safe from the pollution and diseases. What do we say? Brothers and sisters, we know the actions of Elon Musk and Trump and their Doge billionaire buddies aren't about efficiency or national security. That's just an excuse they use. Now, they call it the Department of Government Efficiency. Let me tell you what I call it. Let me tell you what I call it, and I want to see if you agree with me. I call it the Department of Government Evil.
Well, I mean, you can see that it's all about the money, right? And it shouldn't be all about the money, but, you know, if I think about my own situation, I've been working for about 35 years, since I was 15 years old. You can do the math. 15 years old, and I've been paying into Social Security. I have kids that are in their early 20s and still teenagers, and they've been working for a year or two or 3 or 4. And they've been paying into their Social Security. Think about your own mothers, and think about your grandmothers and your grandfathers and your brothers and your sisters and your aunts. I don't say aunts, but your aunts and your uncles. Think about everybody that you know, your friends, and they want to take away Social Security that you've been paying into 50 years, 60 years, 100, not 100, but like 30 years, 20 years. Let me just ask you one question. Here's my question if they take away Social Security. I have 4 questions. Who do I have to sue? How much money am I going to make? Who's going to join me in this lawsuit? And how many lawyers want to be part of this lawsuit? Okay? We have our rights too. If they decide to take away Social Security, let me put this out there. I'm just going to throw this out there, right? Elon Musk, it's his idea, right? He has created this idea of like getting rid of Social Security. It's backed potentially by Trump, right? We don't know, but more than likely it is, okay? So Elon Musk, as a private individual, can he be legally responsible for doing away with Social Security? That's just a question, right? Do we have any legal rights to go against and go after Elon Musk because he's trying to do away with Social Security? Think about it, okay? So we're going to go into New York City, and this is from our friends over at Status Coup, and they're talking with people in New York City about the protest and what it means in their lives. So stand by, and we'll bring that to you right now. Thank you, Status Coup.
They're vocal. If you're paying attention, they're vocal. Don't watch the mainstream media because they're just washing over everything. They're saying they're not doing anything, and it's bull. They're doing everything they can, and they don't have any power, so I don't know what the hell you want from them. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Please.
I worked really hard on the election, okay? I volunteered, spent a lot of time before the election. That was the time to put in the work, and not enough people did it. Now they're out here complaining, and I'm just kind of upset about it.
Fed up with them. Pissed off.
We appreciate all of that. Thank you guys so much. Is there anything else that you'd want to add?
Bulldozer or wrecking, it's okay to, cut down on make things more efficient, but the way they're doing it is making everything more inefficient. Because Social Security, people can't get through. They're entitled to benefits. They can't get through. All other departments, nobody can, their offices are closed, everything. That's not being efficient. That's quite the opposite. So why don't they think what they're doing?
Absolutely. We thank you guys so much, and I hope that you stay dry and have a good rest of your protest. Thanks. All right. Let's go that way. And you guys heard it here. Don't watch the mainstream media. As far as I can see, we are the only press who are out here right now in the rain, soggy and wet, reporting for you guys. So again, smash that like button if you're watching. Follow and subscribe to Status Coup News.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's really what you want to do. Do you really want to get rid of the mainstream media? Do you really want to follow just social media news? I mean, Status Coup, great job. You're out there covering the news. You're there. But I can go to 3 or 4 different places right now, and I can show you that the mainstream media is indeed covering this. And this is just too big of a story not to be covering it. So, don't trust the mainstream media? I don't know. I mean, if you're not going to trust the mainstream media, then what are you going to do? Trust the Joe Rogan, the media that you find on Truth Social, the media that you find on X? Are you going to follow Elon Musk? I don't really know. I think that we need to have a balance of both. And, if you're not going to trust the mainstream media, then I guess you're, in my opinion, you could just be lost. Okay? So we're going to go over to the Hands Off. This is the main feed coming in from the Hands Off Mobilize Day of Protest feed. So stand by. We'll bring you that.
Got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Musk and Trump.
So those people are, hey, let's go. Musk and Trump have got to go, and that seems to be like the mantra that everybody is saying throughout the country. Stand by 1 second. We're going to go back over to Washington, D.C., and we're going to bring you the feed that is coming to us via the web from PBS News. Stand by.
The what? Workers, students, parents, teachers, activists, women, and feminists. Are there feminists in the crowd today? I didn't hear you. Are there feminists in the crowd today? We are the backbone of this country, not the elites, and they're scared that a movement this large can threaten their power, and they should be. That's right. Shout out. Because despite all the nonsense that they've gotten up to this year, and there has been a lot of nonsense, my friends, we are still here, and our numbers are growing. They want us to feel powerless, but we have people power, and people power is the best power. And we have the energy to keep up. We can't just outnumber them. We have to outlast them, and we have to out-organize them. And you know what? I know that's asking a lot. We have to push past our fatigue and our fear. We have to push past the criticism of our opposition and sometimes even our friends, and that's difficult. But Black feminist author Barbara Smith often reminds me that it's called the struggle because it's hard. And I don't see people scared of hard work here today. That's who we are. We're regular people who just stepped up when there's work to be done. There is no cavalry that is coming to save us. That's the bad part. The good part is we are here to save us, and we are enough. And I believe that we will win. I believe. Will y'all try something with me? If you've had moments where you felt hopeless, ready to quit, tired, didn't know what to do, give me heart in the air. Hands. I want you to look around and see all the people who think like you, who feel like you. And I want you to see all those people who are going to fill those hearts back up when you are tired, because we have to keep going. And we will be the ones who save us. The truth is that the strength of our movement is not measured by easy wins, but by the hard days that we show up anyway. So that's what I need us all to do. You did the hard part here. Look around. Look at this crowd, if you can even see. All we have to do is keep showing up. Movements are built with shoe leather. They're built with hard work, sweat and tears, stuffing envelopes. You never know when your thing, your action is going to make history. So we have to work hard. We have to work together. And that actually is what people power is, and that is how we win. Whose streets? Whose streets? Thank you so much from Women's March. We'll see you in the streets.
Please welcome Executive Director Graysa Martinez Rosas from United We Dream.
What up, my people? Buenas tardes a toda mi gente latina. ¿Dónde estamos? A toda mi gente de habla hispana. Trump ha dicho que no quiere que hablemos español. Y le decimos, no, gracias. My name is Graysa Martinez Rosas. I am an immigrant. I am undocumented, unafraid, queer, and unashamed. I lead the organization, the most beautiful organization called United We Dream Action. We are the nation's largest network of immigrant young people fighting for queer rights, immigrant rights, and the rights of everyday working class people. So y'all look so beautiful. I wish you could be in this place, and there's so many of you. I want you to take a moment to say high five to your neighbor. Y'all have been here for a while. Say, hey, what's up, neighbor? We're doing this. We got this. Yes. I'm here today because this fight is about all of us. Not just the people standing here in this podium, but this fight is about you. About the people that you love. About the people that you miss. Those we lost and those that we are waiting for.
So that's the feed that's coming into us from Washington, D.C. And the people have a lot to say about what's happening. Let's go back over to Status Quo, the people who don't believe in the traditional media, and let's see what they're saying. They're talking with people in New York City as they're walking down the streets, and they are... Stand by 1 second. Yep, there we go. They're walking down the streets, and they're with the people in New York, and let's see what they have to say.
We're from Status Quo News, so we cover on-the-ground stuff like protests, labor rallies, that kind of thing.
Okay. I think that the governments that we have had all along have, I don't think capitalism is in the interest of people in general, but, so I would like to see things change so that things become more about human beings and not about money.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of our viewers would agree with that sentiment.
He is ripping things apart, but not in any direction that I believe is actually in the interest of people and humans, and it is very inhuman everything about what he's doing. So,
absolutely, thank you so much. We appreciate you talking with us, and I hope that you stay dry for the rest of the day. Thanks. Have a good one. All right, we are still walking through the crowd. For those of you who are just joining us now, John and I are out here in New York City walking along 5th Avenue covering the hands-off protest where we think that there's at least 10,000 people out here today in the rain protesting Trump and Musk and the corruption of this new administration. We are going to be on the ground for the rest of today, so follow us for more on-the-ground live reporting with Status Quo.
Okay. That was Status Quo, and as she said, they're on the ground in New York City. And if you've ever been to New York City, it's a great place to be. I mean, it's the Big Apple. How could you not like New York? There's a lot of energy there. There's great food. It's a melting pot. It's a very cosmopolitan place. And I think that's what we like, right? I mean, we're supposed to be cosmopolitan. And if you're not cosmopolitan, that's okay. If you want to stay, local, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't get mad at people because they want to live on a coast. I mean, if you want to live in the middle of the country, that's great. I love the middle of the country. If you want to live in the mountains, that's great. If you want to hunt and fish, that's fantastic. You should do that. What we shouldn't do is we shouldn't rape and pillage the earth and pollute the streams, pollute the aquifers, make sure that animals have disease by the things that we're doing in the name of, economic freedom. That just doesn't make any sense. But let's go back over to New York and see what's happening. Looks like they're interviewing some younger kids.
That is wonderful. Do you have any more thoughts for our viewers?
I'll
also what he said.
So you also don't like Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. I hope you guys stay nice and dry today. Have a good one. All right. So those very adorable children do not like Trump. So
Okay. Well, you know, okay, those adorable children do not like Trump. Okay, I get it. I understand. But you know, they're the future. They are the future. So we should make sure that we listen to them and we should validate them. But okay. All right. So we're going to go back over to Washington D.C. and we're going to take the PBS news feed, and it is just about 11 o'clock on the West Coast. So we're probably going to start seeing some protest fire up here in Sacramento, maybe in Southern California and Los Angeles, maybe in the middle of the state as well, in the Central Coast. So stand by 1 second, and we're going to go straight over to Washington, D.C., and we're going to hear what this lady has to say. Okay?
Dear me, we have come too far. We won't turn around. We'll flood the streets with justice. We are freedom bound. And now we're going to sing it one more time. I want to put your hands in your heart and remember this moment when you feel scared, when you're doom scrolling, like sometimes I do.
Okay, we are going to go away from that because we're Americans and we're not trying to feel sorry for ourselves. And we have agency, and we are the people. We're the masters of our own destiny, and we're doing everything we can to be positive, and we're not victims. Okay? So that's just the reality of it. We just need to make sure that we're not victims. Let's go back over to New York City and see what kind of interview is happening on the streets of Manhattan.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Have a good one. All right. So we are continuing to walk through the crowd and show you guys what's going on here. We're still walking down Fifth Avenue and crossing over 27th Street right now. And I think we're going to be marching for quite a while longer. Okay, we are actually getting to Madison Square Park right now. And there are over 8,000 of you watching right now. So for everyone who's watching, please remember to smash the like button, follow and subscribe to Status Quo News.
Bring the microphone.
What I want you to do when you leave here today is talk about how much fun you have. I want you to talk about how this is therapy. This is how we keep the anxiety down. We get together in community and we fight for our rights. That's right. I want you, if you're not in an indivisible group or...
Okay, so those are the people in New York City, and they are definitely fighting for their rights, and they're doing everything they can to get the word out. The protests are happening all over the world. So we're going to go back to the PBS news feed, and we're going to hear what they're talking about in Washington, D.C., and the protest against Trump and Musk's federal cuts in Washington. So stand by 1 second. We're going to go there.
Anywhere. Lesbian, gay, bi, trans, and queer folks, we are not going anywhere. We are standing thousands strong, millions strong today to tell them hands off, hands off, hands off, hands off. Hands off our bodies, our families, our books, our ballots, and hands off our trans kids, y'all. This moment is not going to be defined by our opposition. It's going to be defined by our courage. The courage that we summoned from our ancestors from Selma to Stonewall. The courage of Cory Booker, who stood up for 25 hours. Speaking truth to power. The courage of those Wisconsin voters that stood up for democracy. Y'all, these are serious times that require serious leadership. If it's not going to come from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, it's going to come from people like us out in the streets, ready to fight for freedom, ready to fight for justice, ready to fight for liberation. Let me hear you. And nobody knows courage better than our young people, y'all. And I want you to hear directly from one of them today. She's a fighter. She's a truth teller. When she speaks, the world leans in. Give it up for Stella Keating.
Thank you, Kelly. 4 years ago, I became the first trans teen to ever testify before the United States Senate. They can't take that away from me. I was young, and I believed we were turning a corner. I believed that we would be protected, and I believed that we were seen. But today, the promise that I believed in feels like it's slipping just out of reach. Just yesterday, I had a TSA officer look at my ID, confused, and tell me, pretty sure that's you. That's what it means to be trans in America right now. And while the economy is crumbling and families are struggling, this administration wants you to think that I'm the threat. They want you to think that I'm the threat for visiting my doctor, for using a restroom, or playing tennis, or, God forbid, flying a plane. Donald Trump and Elon Musk will tell you that I don't exist. But I do. I exist. We all exist. Trans people are here and we're not going anywhere. We are not the threat. We are the future. We deserve to live in a country that sees us, protects us, and lets us thrive. So the question isn't whether we belong. The question is, what are you willing to do to defend us?
Yes, yes, we see you, Stella. Yes. Yes. This moment that we're in, y'all, it demands more than outrage. It demands action. Because the attacks that we're seeing, they're not just political, they are personal, y'all. They're trying to ban our books. They're slashing HIV prevention funding. They're criminalizing our doctors, our teachers, our families, and our lives. This is Donald Trump's America, and I don't want it, y'all. We don't want this America, y'all. We want the America we deserve. deserve, where dignity, safety, and freedom belong not to some of us, but to all of us, y'all. You know, the words of Ella Baker have been on my heart. She said, "We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest." I'm not going to rest. I'm going to organize. Are you? I'm not going to rest. I'm going to vote. Are you? I'm not going to rest. I'm going to show up and be loud and proud and powerful. Are you ready to do that, y'all? So let them know. Hands off. Hands off. Hands off. Hands off. Let's get to work and let's get free, y'all.
Okay, so, let's just take a step back. And let's just say that, let's just agree, I guess if we can't agree, that everybody has the right to say and do and be who they are, right? If you're a woman trapped in a man's body, well, then that's the way you are. If you're a man trapped in a woman's body, that's the way you are. And you have every right to be who you want to be. You're free to be you. You're free to be you and me, right? As they say. And that's you. And it must take a lot of strength and courage to come out and change and stand up for yourself if you're a transgender person or even if you're a gay person, right? It must take a lot of courage. And my hats off to you for doing that, right? I mean, it shows that you're strong, right? But I would argue that you have to have a little understanding of other people, right? In that, think about how long is it, if you're a transgender child, and I'm just going off the top of my head, if you're a transgender person, right, or a gay person, how long did you think about coming out before you gained the courage to do that? And it probably took a few years. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't as quick as like a day. The next day you decided. It wasn't like, oh, wow, I'm transgender. I'm going to come out. And then you decided. It probably wasn't a day type of overnight decision, right? It probably wasn't a snap decision. It probably took you a little bit of time. And the reason that I'm saying this is that for most people to get comfortable with that idea of a person changing their gender identity, it's going to take time, right? So if we are being force-fed to accept transgenderness, right? It's just not going to happen overnight. It's just not. That's just the way the world is. You're going to have to let people get comfortable with this idea, with this new reality. And it is a reality, right? You have to let people get comfortable with it. And you're not going to force it down people's throat. And you can lead a horse to water, is the saying, but you can't make the horse drink. So all in due time. And I'm not saying that we need to stop what you're doing, but you just have to have some understanding that it's going to take people time to adjust to this new ideology, this new reality. That's it, right? You just have to accept. So let's go back to Washington, D.C. and see what this guy's got to say. He's wearing a green shirt, and it's all about climate action. So let's see what's happening. You know, he's probably saying something like Trump is going to drill, baby, drill. And that's going to, cause a problem with the aquifers and the water systems and things like that. So let's see what he has to say.
That impact them. Now today, hundreds of thousands of us are gathering all around the country, and it is the beginning. We're going to take this energy and build on it, but we need to do it together. All of us have to do it because our Earth is worth fighting for. Because our democracy is worth fighting for. Because our families are worth fighting for. So today we say, hands off our clean air. We say, hands off our clean water. Hands off our clean energy. Hands off our public lands. And hands off our democracy. Thank you.
Please welcome President Sarah Parker, Voices of Florida, Vice President Cy Smith, Voices of Florida, Glow Sahai, Political Revolution.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for having us today. We heard there's like 100,000 of you, so you guys are freaking phenomenal. You're amazing for being here. Thank you so much. We really wanted to start off with a chant. So we are a grassroots organization originally. That is our core. So we are very big on the chanting, and y'all have all the energy today. So, no Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump. Hell yes!
I'm a little tall. I first want to introduce Glow, who is the founder of Political Revolution, also a dear friend, and a national coordinator with 5051. Make some noise.
Thank you, Sarah. I've been organizing with 5051 for 3 months since Trump became president, but it feels like 3 years. I first started organizing with Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign 8 years ago. Bernie taught me the importance of organizing with your community and standing up for what is right. He made me realize how wrong things are in this country. He talked about oligarchy and what kind of things can happen in a country where the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. Where greed is incentivized and made legal. Now we have oligarchs in charge, and we have seen the kind of damage they've done. They are corrupting our democratic processes, controlling our media, and influencing policies that benefit only themselves, widening the gap between those who have and those who have not. But standing here today, I am filled with hope. I see all of you, passionate and ready to fight for a better tomorrow. Together, we have the power to enact change, to fight this growing inequality and reclaim our democracy. So what do we do now? We organize, we educate, we mobilize, we stand up, not just for ourselves, but for our neighbors, our community, and our future generations.
So that's a great thing, right? I mean, we all want to stand up for ourselves. We all want to stand up for our neighbors. We all want to stand up for our communities, right? And we all want representation. But what we have here in the United States right now is we have the extreme right and we have the extreme left. And for me, you know, I think the answer is somewhere in the middle, right? You have to say that on the left, DEI and wokeism could work, right? And we need to acknowledge that there are problems in the United States. But do we need to swing all the way to the left and disrupt the system and force people to believe in a certain way, right? I don't think so. And do we have to swing all the way to the right and force people to believe in a certain way? I don't think so. You know, I think that most Americans, all Americans, right, and all people around the world, they want to do the right thing. They want to respect their fellow man and woman. And you can't lead a horse to water. Again, I'm saying that, but you know, there are a lot of problems with woke, and there are a lot of problems with anti-woke, right? And the answer exists somewhere in the middle, where all people have to be represented. All people, not just a certain group of people. Okay, that's just my opinion. Okay, so let's go over to Chicago, and you can see that this is the mainstream media. This is the feed that's coming to us via the internet from Fox. It's the mainstream media. And you can see that there are hundreds of people in a square, and they've gathered, and they're protesting against Trump, and they're protesting against Elon Musk. And let's see if there's any audio with this feed. Stand by 1 second. So really, it just looks like there's just nat sound associated with that, meaning that there's just an open microphone. And I'm sure that they're going to have some kind of presentation a little later today. But we're going to go back over to the Social Security headquarters in Washington, D.C., where they're talking about probably the most important issue on every single American's mind, followed by due process, of course. But let's talk about what they're doing with Social Security and how it's going to impact us potentially. Okay, stand by.
But it's all of our good fortune that he is out there every day fighting for Social Security. So with that, let's hear from Martin O'Malley.
Hands up! 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 Let's hear it from you for Social Security! Man, you all look so good here. I haven't seen so many people in this courtyard, Shelley, since we adjusted on-site work rules. Huh? It is great to be with all of you, standing up for something as important as Social Security. I had the honor to lead these men and women in one of the most remarkable turnaround years in Social Security's history. Every single line of service delivery, whether it was the speed to answer the phone or the timeliness to effectuate benefits, they turned each and every one of those in a better direction, even though the Republican House members had reduced their staffing to a 50-year low.
Okay. Not really sure what happened there, but we lost the audio that is coming out of there, and let's see what's going on there. Stand by 1 second, and I'm not really sure what happened, but that's okay. So we'll go back to. Okay, here we go. We got the audio back. All right, stand by. We'll take a deeper look at that. Let's dive deep into that. Could have been something that I did, or I'm not really sure. Don't really know. But nonetheless, we're still here. We're still broadcasting. And let me find something for you that's live. All right, we're going to go back to Washington, D.C., and we'll see what PBS NewsHour has to say and what they're discussing. Stand by.
The American dream, and we the people are taking it back. Again, I'm Zaide Smith, Deputy Director of Voices of Florida. Thank you so much for being here today. And I am very, very excited to introduce my Executive Director and friend, Sarah Parker.
I want you guys to do a little chant. There are organizers that have never organized in their life right now in the streets. When I say 50-50, I want you to say one. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. My name is Sarah Parker. I am the Executive Director of Voices of Florida and a 50-51 national organizer. But most importantly, I'm a mother. Let me be clear. 50-51 is not just a movement. It is a declaration of independence. We have no leaders, and we are beholden only to our values and to the people across this land who dare to dream, hope, and to believe in a better tomorrow, a better world, and a better America. 50 states, 50 capitals have now turned into one movement. The 50-51 movement is the American people. It's you, the person standing next to you, your friend, your loved one, and the people you are fighting for. We will most importantly continue to fight for our Constitution, fight to end executive overreach, and we the people will veto Project 2025. What started as a single post on Reddit by a user has now grown into a full-blown movement. From the smallest whispers of dissent to the loudest roars of defiance, 50-51 is powered by the hope, the work, and the dedication of every state, every city, and every voice. We are a movement and a force, fueled by the unshakable belief that we deserve more.
There's a status quo.
But about right
No, you should protest. Protest with us. Not fighting back isn't really helping. Yeah, come on, guys, come out and protest. Yeah.
All right, so they want you to come out and protest. Anything else that you would like to add as well?
I feel like this is one way we can show that we are upset, infuriated.
Have you guys been personally affected by the cuts to the welfare system?
Not yet, but we're here. We're here to just make our voices and our bodies present.
Is there anything else that you'd want to add? Anything else that you would want Status Quo viewers to hear?
I think that's all I have right now.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good one. Okay.
You should talk to this guy.
I like your sign.
Yeah, your sign caught our eye. I like that. Stop making America gaslit again.
So we're being gaslit. That's why I'm here, because this is not okay to say to a country that up is down and down is up and black is white and white is black and green is pink. We are part of a democracy. We're part of families. We are part of institutions. And this is not America. This is not okay. That's why I'm here, to answer your question.
I appreciate that. And have you in the past seen the sort of like levels of corruption that we're currently witnessing with this administration?
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, there was a reference made by our president about shithole countries, and there we think about corruption, we think about all of those tropes. But if you really think about what we're hearing and is pretty well documented here, there's a level of corruption that is bringing America to the kind of countries that Trump denigrated in the past. There's plenty of data to support it.
And do you feel like our legislators are doing enough to stand up for working people in this moment?
Well, there's someone in the Trump administration whose nickname is Big Balls, and clearly Congress does not even have a pair of small balls, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Have a good one.
Essence of who we are and who we've always been, a people who will be damned if we are silenced. They will never break us. They will never steal our future. We are the movement, and with hope and faith, we are unstoppable. We must and we will save ourselves. Because reality check, no one is coming to save us. We the people will never stop fighting for the country we deserve. You are, I am, we are all 50-51. Before I go, I do this at a lot of different protests, and I did this when we lost Amendment 4 in Florida, which was the abortion rights ballot initiative. I want you to turn to the person next to you, and I want you to say, you are loved. You are resilient. And you are important. We have a long road ahead of us. So remember, joy is resistance. Hope is resistance. Self-care is resistance. We are the resistance. And I have one message to the administration. They say America first. I say balls in your court, because America is right here and we're knocking at your door. Thank you.
Please welcome Executive Director Sarah Hagdusty, Win Without War.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah Hagdusty and I am the Executive Director of Win Without War, a movement of 200,000 strong across the country, and I am here today to tell Elon Musk and Donald Trump to keep their hands off our families. Donald Trump tried to tear my family apart. When the Muslim ban first came down, I was pregnant with my first child and terrified that my mother would not be allowed in the country because she, like me, simply happened to be born in Iran. And I want to say thank you to every single person who showed up today, because it was because of protests just like this, as well as legal action from our movements, that my family was okay. That said, there are so many others who are not. Because Donald Trump wants us to believe that families like mine and families like yours should have to suffer, be separated, or even die because of his warped notions of national security. Donald Trump claimed that it was because of national security that Mahmoud Khalil was abducted in front of his wife, who was 8 months pregnant, and shipped off to Louisiana because of his free speech. Donald Trump claimed that it was because of national security that Romeza Öztürk, a PhD student, was abducted by masked agents and shipped off for daring to publish her opinions. Donald Trump claims that it was because of national security that immigrants are being arrested and shipped off to mega prisons in El Salvador run by an autocrat. And one of the people he shipped off was Kilmar Abreu Garcia, a dad who lived down the road in Maryland, who came here to flee gang violence. Donald Trump tells us it's a matter of national security that Bibi Netanyahu ripped up the ceasefire and is now back to slaughtering and wiping out whole families in Gaza. Now let me be very clear. Not a single person here is more safe when parents in Gaza have to dig with their bare hands through rubble, hoping that their kids are alive. Not a single person here is more safe because the families who lost loved ones and had loved ones taken hostage by Hamas during the horrific October 7th attacks are still waiting to have their loved ones come home. When Donald Trump cozies up to dictators like Putin, when he takes away critical HIV treatment from so many in need, when he lets food rot in warehouses instead of giving them to people, he makes every single one of us less safe. That's why I'm here today to say hands off our families. Hands off our students. Hands off our neighbors. Hands off aid. And hands off Gaza. I want you all to remember that from South Korea to Brazil, we have seen time and time again the power of movements just like this one and their success in pushing back against right-wing coups and authoritarianism. And that is what we are here doing today, and that is what we will keep doing until we win. And I am so grateful to be here with you as we get it done. Thank you.
Please welcome Kyle Lewis, Vote Vets.
My gosh, you guys look fantastic. I wish you could see this. Great work on the signs, too. You guys did a fantastic job. You showed out today. Hey, so it's great to be here with so many of you beautiful, smiling people. My bad. My name is Kyle Lewis, and I'm here with Vote Vets, the first and largest organization for progressive veterans in this country. I'm a veteran, a father, a Medicare beneficiary, and a stage 4 cancer thriver. So 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with an aggressive stage 4 cancer, and I was told I just had weeks to live. My doctors recommended I begin an innovative immunotherapy treatment. This treatment involved experimental drugs, which were part of a clinical trial funded by NIH through Johns Hopkins Hospital. Absolutely. Shout out NIH. You did hear me say were there. I use the past tense because that's no longer the case. The counterfeit king and his jackass jester have taken their chainsaw to NIH funding and jobs. They've hacked apart the Department of Veterans Affairs, disrupting vital health care to veterans like myself. And they've shamefully fired critical health workers. They've wantonly slashed money for clinical trials and other crucial medical and scientific work which leads to breakthroughs like the drugs that saved my life. Drugs that in many cases are no longer available. My life and the lives of millions of Americans with cancer and other life-threatening diseases are now at even greater risk. The lives and well-being of veterans are at risk. All of this because the greed and inhumanity of a tiny number of obscenely rich billionaires. Absolutely. They want to fleece the people's government, our government, and seize more money for themselves. And make no mistake, these are our tax dollars. This is our money. These are our services. I was and remain extremely lucky to be here. That clinical trial and those drugs saved my life, and they're the only reason I'm standing up here speaking to you today. They're the only reason my young children got more time with their dad. If I received my original diagnosis today, I wouldn't be so lucky. If my cancer comes roaring back, and the available data suggests that it will, I won't be so lucky. All across our United States, we have family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers who have suffered through cancer and other deadly diseases. We know veterans who depend on VA health care. Our lives are now at greater risk because my life-saving treatment and others just like it have been destroyed by this administration. Funding for medical and scientific research is a core government function. It will not and cannot be replaced by private companies. We've seen what happens when we do that. We get the Sacklers and the opioid crisis. We get skyrocketing insulin prices. We get Martin Shkreli and unobtainable HIV treatment costs. I did not vote for the felonious Pharaoh, and no one voted for his wannabe Willy Wonka, both of whom are destroying our livelihood. To them we say, hands off medical research. Hands off science. Hands off Veterans Affairs. Hands off Medicare and Medicaid. And hands off our services. Thank you so much for being out here today. You guys look beautiful. I love all the signage. And remember, this is what resistance looks like. Like the man said, somebody got to do it.
Please welcome Representative Catherine Clark.
Oh, it is such a beautiful sight to see over 100,000 patriots. So I'm the whip in the House, and I count the votes and make sure that we stayed unified. And I want to tell you, you are putting on one hell of a whip operation here. You are not just saying hands off. You're not just standing up for your family and your community. You are the patriots standing up for our country. This is all about all of us versus the billionaire class and the politicians that they have purchased. This is about a Republican Party that has not betrayed just you, but the very people who voted for them. So we say to them, hands off our Social Security. Hands off our Medicaid. Hands off our public schools. Hands off our child care. Hands off our science and research. Hands off our veterans' benefits. Hands off our civil rights. Hands off our bodies. And hands off our vote. We do not want a government of, by, and for the billionaire class. And we want to make sure that you are heard on the other end of this mall at the Capitol. And right over there at the White House. And we're going to tell them, we see your cowardice. We see that you have chosen power over our country, over democracy. And we're here to tell you, we're not going to stand for it. What we're going to do is stand together against the lies they're telling us every single day, against the fascist lie that our bodies are not our own, that non-white means non-qualified, that billionaires are worthy of dignity more than working families, the lie that our children should go to school hungry and that our seniors should die in poverty. So these have been desperate times, and we can get full of despair. That's the strategy. But I'll tell you, look around. Our power lies in our number. So we're going to keep up the fight, and we are going to build a future that is worthy of our children. Thank you for being here.
Please welcome Co-President Rob Weissman, Executive Chair Norm Eisen, State Democracy Defenders Action, National Campaigns Director Anu Joshi from ACLU.
Hey, y'all. We are the litigators. Yeah! With our big coalition of hundreds of democracy and civil society groups, labor and federal employees, and ordinary folks like the over 100,000 of you, we have gone to court from San Francisco and Seattle to New York and New Hampshire. And we and our coalition have won. More than 50 court orders stopping Trump and Musk and their cronies. The judges have been Democratic appointees and Republican appointees and independents. And do you know what they have said? Hands off my Constitution. Let's join them and let's say it loud so they can hear us over in the White House. Are you ready? Hands off my Constitution. That was pretty good. I was going to ask you all to do it a second time, but I think they heard you. We have won those cases by working together as a coalition, all the thousands of us. I love you too. My organization, State Democracy Defenders Fund, went to court to stop Musk and Doge on the very first day, the very first case brought, with Rob and his colleagues at Public Citizen and Labor. And then later, we were ready. Later that same day, we went to court with Anu and the ACLU and her colleagues and brought the very first case on January 20th, saying, Donald Trump, you can't choose which babies born in this country are citizens and which not. The Constitution made that choice, Trump. And since then, we won that and dozens more the coalition did. And you know what? Trump and Musk can't stand all that losing. That's why, yes, they hate it. That's why they're lashing out at all the lawyers and the law firms. Shoot, they're lashing out at me. Donald Trump has removed my security clearance 3 times. 3 times. I don't know if it's a mental capacity thing and he just forgets that he did it, or if he takes it away and then when he loses again, he says, turn it back on so I can feel better about all the losing. Anu, what do you think?
is Anu Joshi, and I am with the American Civil Liberties Union. In the just over 2 months since Inauguration Day, the ACLU has filed over 30 lawsuits against the Trump administration for their extreme, cruel, and illegal actions. And we are winning, and we are not slowing down. But the truth is, while fighting and winning in court is important, we all know it's not nearly enough. We need the power of the people. And together, we must demand that our members of Congress and our governors and our mayors and big law and university presidents and CEOs get in these damn streets with us. They need to show us that they will not capitulate to the Trump administration's threats. The Trump administration's attacks on our right to dissent are the biggest threat to the First Amendment since the Red Scare. The unconscionable and unconstitutional arrests of international students and scholars should alarm every one of us. ICE has illegally snatched people from their homes and neighborhoods, threatened their legal status, and sent them across the country with no notice to their loved ones or their lawyers. All of this in direct retaliation for constitutionally protected speech. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. That's not my opinion. That is central to the Constitution. One of those students that was rounded up is our client, Rumyesa Oster, a Tufts University student who is illegally accosted and arrested outside of her home by plainclothes federal agents and then sent over 1,000 miles away to a for-profit private prison in Louisiana. And all of this terror inflicted because she co-wrote an op-ed for her student newspaper. That's why the ACLU of Massachusetts, CLEAR, and Masa Kambabi are standing with Rumyesa in court in defense of her First Amendment rights. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. I want to end with a statement from Rumyesa that she shared with her legal team earlier this week. I am a PhD student working with children and youth. We know that injustice in the world and systemic brutality towards people of color has long-lasting negative effects on children, youth, and other communities. Writing is one of the most peaceful ways of addressing systemic inequality. Efforts to target me because of my op-ed in the Tufts Daily calling for the equal dignity and humanity of all people will not deter me from my commitment to advocate for the rights of youth and children. And we cannot let it deter us from fighting for the future of this country.
Hello, my friends. I'm Rob Weissman with Public Citizen. As you have heard today, and as you know, we are living under the most lawless, Constitution-trampling administration in American history. And so there's nothing more immediately urgent than for us to go to court and beat Trump again and again and again over his illegal and unconstitutional actions. And we have to do it because it's not just about a Schoolhouse Rock moment. It's because people's lives are at stake. It is his illegal actions that are causing a humanitarian disaster around the world. So people are going to die from malaria and TB and preventable disease for no reason. It is his illegal action that is paving the way for financial fraudsters, for credit card scams, and big banks to rip us off. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions that are rolling back the rules that give us clean air. It is his illegal and unconstitutional action which is racing us towards climate catastrophe. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which are rolling back core racial justice programs. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which are stripping away our free speech rights. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which threaten this nation's labor movement and the right of workers and the federal government and elsewhere to organize collectively. So we have to go to court, and we have to keep beating him, and we're going to do that. But, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. We are not going to win all the time. We are going to lose cases that we should win. We're going to lose cases that we should win. And if we won every single case we brought, it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough to roll back this authoritarian steamroller we're facing. There's only one thing. There's only one thing that's enough to face down this authoritarian moment. And that is this movement here today. That is us here, more than 100,000 of us here right now, more than 1 million of us across the country, more people watching online, people who can't join because they're scared, joining together. So it's together we say when they come after our Social Security, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our Medicare, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our free speech rights, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our labor unions, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our democracy, as a movement we say, hands off. That's how we're going to win. Hands off. Hands off to Musk. Hands off to Trump. Hands off to authoritarianism. But hands open to each other, my friends. Hands open in embrace of each other. And hands together in solidarity. Hands together in love. Hands together in community. Hands together in empathy. That's how we beat autocracy. That's how we beat oligarchy. That's how we beat Trump. That's how we send Musk back where he belongs. That's how we rescue our democracy. Together, hands together, hands together, hands together, hands together, hands together. Thank you.
Please welcome Interim Executive Director Portia Allen Kyle, Color of Change.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Portia Allen Kyle, and I have the honor of leading Color of Change. We're a civil rights and racial justice organization fueled by millions of members across the country, just like y'all, who have showed out today to hold corporations, to hold our government accountable to take action on solutions for us. I wish we were gathered here under different circumstances, but 100,000 plus people here and millions of folks across the country Coming together to stand up for our future is a beautiful thing. Because there is a lot to celebrate about a future that we are fighting for. We're here to tell those in power to take their hands off our futures, their hands off our economic vitality, to take their hands off our democracy. And we've seen what they're willing to do in this fight. They're willing to rob our families of stability and opportunity, all to protect the interests of the wealthy and the well-connected. They're willing to steal the dignity of our elders by plundering Social Security, treating a lifetime of hard work as expendable and disposable. They're willing to gut the jobs of government workers who keep our communities running and keep our communities safe, just to consolidate power and profit. And this is just the latest chapter in a story and a long history designed to strip Black communities, Indigenous communities, Latino communities, queer communities, and our disabled brothers and sisters from our power, our purpose, and our possibility. But they can't. And we won't let them. The goal of this administration's agenda is predicated on anti-Blackness and a neo-segregationist agenda and approach that is seeking to erase us and erase our history. And while they seek to break us to embolden themselves, I'm reminded of the words of Alice Walker, prolific writer, Black womanist thought leader, who said there are those who believe that Black people possess the secret of joy, and that it is this that will sustain them through any spiritual or moral or physical devastation. And as a Black woman who has experienced the cruelties and injustices of this world, but who will not let it break me, I know her words are correct. She says resistance is the secret of joy. And that's something I want everyone here to remember today, because there's something that is viscerally satisfying when we say absolutely the fuck not. We must remember to find joy even in the darkest of times, because our joy is resilience. Our joy is defiance. Our joy is the sustenance that keeps us fighting for freedom and justice.
So that is the feed that's coming from Washington, D.C., out of PBS. And the message is clear. People are upset with Donald Trump, especially what the rhetoric has become right now is that the people believe that this is an attack on people of color. It's an attack on indigenous people, and it's an attack on lesbian, gay, transgender, bisexual people, and people who have disabilities. It could be true. I don't know. I'm sure it is. If people feel that they're being under attack or being attacked, then there must be some truth to it. We can't ignore people's feelings. But, you know, part of the other... The problem is that on the Trump side, and I'm not being an apologist or anything like that, but there are a group of people that are not people of color who feel like they've been attacked. They've been forgotten. So if you have a group of people of color who have been attacked, forgotten, who feel like they're left behind, then you have a group of people who are not people of color who feel attacked, beaten down, left behind, denied opportunities, and they both of these groups of people feel that they have the same grievances, and more than likely they do. Well, what does that mean for us as a people? How do we come together if this group here is fighting against this group and the grievances are the same and everybody wants the same thing? Everybody wants the same thing, but they don't want to give up anything, or they want to get back something, or they feel like they've never been included in anything, but yet things have changed for people over the past 200-300 years. What do? How do we meet one another in the middle? I guess that's really what this is about. How do we meet one another in the middle? And I think we need a president, or we need someone in the White House or a political movement that understands that we're not African Americans, we're not Asian Americans, we're not Indian Americans, we're not Caucasian Americans, European Americans, we're not just what is typically considered an American, right, internationally, but we're all Americans, right? We are all Americans, and we all want the same things. We all want the same opportunities, right? And we do not want to be denied the opportunities that the Constitution has given us, the protection of our rights. We all want the same things. So let's go real quick to New York City, and we still have the people from Status Quo on the streets, and let's see what they're doing.
On the ground, we have the internet. TikTok is a great resource right now for a lot of young people. Just find out people who are doing stuff in your area. That's where you're going to make the most difference anyway. Yeah. That's what I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I also wanted to point out too, fuck Chuck Schumer. He is a spineless wimp. I hope AOC primaries him in 2028 or whenever he's up for election. Yes. He's a scumbag, and he's been in the pocket for billionaires for decades. 4 decades. You're not going to find him or anybody else like that out here. And to bring back to the point that Ashley was talking about, Cory Booker, yeah, that's great, but we need more people to come out here and show people that there are things that can be done. Yeah, you can sit in and make that grand gesture, but do that before you sign in the CR. Do that before you have House votes, so you can stick it to people like Mike Johnson and make them nervous in their districts. Why don't you go out to their districts and show them what their representatives are doing, instead of sitting up in Washington and throwing your hands up like Hakeem Jeffries and saying, oh, well, what kind of leverage do we have? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We put you there for how many years? You have the power. Do something with it. So we're out here. We have no fucking power, and we're taking to the streets. I've seen people with stretchers out here. I mean, come on. I saw an 84-year-old woman walking down with a cane.
Assisted walker.
Yeah. You know what I mean? She doesn't know how much longer she has left, but she's doing it for the younger generations. So, I mean, are you serious? You don't know what to do? What kind of leverage you have? Grow some balls.
Yeah.
I had to get that off my chest. Sorry.
No, absolutely. Well,
what you guys do on YouTube, by the way.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you guys talking with us. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you. So you guys heard this very nice couple. Fuck Chuck Schumer. Yeah.
Check your text. Jordan has some shout outs.
President Trump has reached a record before the 100 days.
Thing, right? I guess that's the way it is. I mean, that's the way people feel. You can't deny how people feel. I mean, they want to say F you to Schumer. They probably want to say F you to Hakeem Jeffries. And you know what? They have the right to say that. They have the right to say F you to Trump. They have the right to say F you to anybody, right? They can do almost anything except for break the law, right? They shouldn't be breaking the law, and they shouldn't be hurting anybody, but they have the right to say and think whatever they want to say and think, right? That's one of the great things about being an American and living in the United States of America. You have the right to do it, right? So let's go to back to Washington, D.C., and let's see what USA Today is bringing us. Let's see if their feed actually works, and let's see what's going on with it. So stand by just 1 second, and I'll bring you that feed to you live. This is Washington, D.C., and it's from boom, boom, boom. I think this is USA Today.
That want to tell us what we can do with our bodies and our lives. Tell them to fuck off. Tell them we deserve better. And that's why I'm here today. To remind them that they cannot take away our rights. They cannot take away who I am. Because I won't let them. We won't let them. We won't let them. Because one more thing about me is I've been coming out to protests and demonstrations from when I was a little kid for Prop 8 in California when my rights were forged. I've used my voice to fight for my neighbors in my community. This is who I am. This is who we are. And I know there's always something that you and I can do to fight back. We can volunteer. We can knock doors for the election like I did. We can call our members of Congress and our local politicians to tell them to take their hands off of our health care. You can share your story with anybody who will listen. Please. Tell anyone who will listen, anyone who cares, anyone who will give you the time of day why this matters to you. There are hundreds upon thousands of us, and we are not going away. We will not be erased. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Director Kaya Chatterjee, Free DC.
You all look so beautiful out there. Give yourselves a round of applause. My name is Kaya Chatterjee. I'm the Executive Director of Free DC, and I'm here because I know that everyone here agrees that DC deserves better than what we're getting right now. DC deserves to manage and run and have our own budget. DC deserves to have our own laws. DC deserves to have elected officials that represent us, the people of DC, and our interests, people who we elected to represent our interests. And DC deserves to maintain our status as a sanctuary city. There's nobody who should be able to take that away from us because that is what we voted for here in DC. Now, this administration is attempting a power grab in so many ways, but it's also attempting a power grab over the people of DC and DC communities. And it's up to us, it is up to all of us to stop them. Whether or not you live in DC, it is up to us. We have to stop them because when we talk about DC, we are talking about more than just any old city. We are talking about the capital city of this country. And for a leader like this one that lives in that house behind you all, they are consolidating power so fast. They are trying to control the capital city. That is how they want to stifle us. It's how they want to stifle protest like this. It's how they want to stifle dissent. And that's really dangerous to let them come after DC, the capital. This president is following an authoritarian playbook. He's doing the things that authoritarians have done throughout history to concentrate power and to break down democracy. We've seen him, right? Dismantling federal agencies. Anyone seen that? Retaliating against critics. Allowing some people who he likes to operate above the law. This is what authoritarians do, and we cannot let him take over our capital. It is up to all of us to stop them. And here in DC, we are uniquely powerful. It has always, in every country where we've seen people rise up against authoritarianism, it has always been people in the capital city who rise up. And Free DC is here to build the movement that it will take to make it clear that we, all of us, inside, outside DC, we will not comply.
Okay, so that feed is a little lacking. So it's a little bit, you know, it doesn't have enough bandwidth. So we're going to go over to this feed, and this is coming from Forbes, and it seems like they have a little bit better bandwidth, a little better connectivity. Their audio is much better, and their video is a lot better as well. So here we go with the Forbes.
Love each other. Those are the things that make it impossible for a leader to oppress people. Those communities, those relationships, that beauty, that creativity. So we heard just a few minutes ago a lot about the importance of joy. I want to ask you all to say it with me, to be a part of this movement for joy, because we are going to need to push back. Here in DC, about 3 weeks ago, we did something pretty unprecedented. We flooded 100 Senate offices at once, and we actually, so we didn't get them to save democracy because they didn't have the spine for that, but we did get them to actually pass a standalone bill that let us use our own local dollars in DC. They tried to take that away from us. But now that bill is in front of the House of Representatives, and the people, you're about to hear from some people who support us in allowing us to use our own dollars. But unfortunately, we're going to have to push for this. So I want to invite everyone here to join us on Monday morning. We're going to be up at the Capitol at Spirit of Justice Park. You can go to our website, freedcproject.org, and figure out how to join us. Join us in forcing this government to let us have our own local dollars. This is part of protecting DC. This is part of protecting the Capitol, and this is part of protecting democracy. And protecting our own sanity in our community is part of that too. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of our priorities and our ethos at Free DC, and I want you to repeat after me. I will prioritize joy. I can see you doing it right now. I can see the smiles. I will take up space. I see you doing it right now, 100,000 of you taking up our land. And I will organize my community.
So I'm here, and I've been on the air for about 4 hours now, and the video that's coming by is pretty good. It's interesting, you know. So I've been monitoring the over-the-air broadcasters, okay, and what I've been seeing from NBC, the nationals, right? What I've been seeing from NBC, ABC, CBS, and Fox, right, is that they're not really covering this movement. They're not covering the protests. They're not covering the realities. So earlier today, our friends over at Status Quo said that, you know, F the traditional media. They're not here. They're not covering it. While the nationals were not covering it, and they were covering other stories like the floods in Arkansas or what you even see here right now. The regionals were covering it. The affiliates were covering it. The local channels in Chicago, the local channels in Washington, D.C., the local channels here in Los Angeles, the local channels in Houston. They were all covering it, and they were all feeding that material over to the national networks. So it's not necessarily fair for Status Quo to say that it's not being covered. Let's go real quick to this live feed from MSNBC, and I'll just bring you this for just one moment.
Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler, who is making the case that despite the market crashing and the consternation over the future of the U.S. economy, that it is for a greater purpose. Take a listen.
What's happening right now is we have countries charging us very high tariffs, 4 times the tariffs we charge Europeans on our cars. That is not fair to the American worker. It's hollowed out our industries and our heartland. So President Trump, this is just one part. He's getting us back to being energy dominant, to making sure that we have good paying jobs.
Of course, folks across the country, as we watch these images from major cities, but also places like Portland, Maine, come in, of the thousands that are coming out to protest the president and his administration. We heard about this one just a few hours ago, and this scene that you're watching here just started to develop in the last few minutes. And as we bring Juan around here, we were just talking to somebody, Juan, who said in his time, and Juan, follow me this way. As you see the scene here, as you see the scene here, Christina, John was telling me in the 8 years that he has been a part of sort of activism to a certain degree around the West Palm Beach area. You said this is the biggest scene and demonstration that you have seen during the Trump era, if you will, here today.
Definitely. It's really hit, touching.
Why this moment?
I just don't feel that America is what it should be. Over the past 2 months, we're doing everything that's un-American, and I just feel that we need to get back, and the only way we can do it is through the people, and the crowd here is just so incredible.
What is it about this moment, even compared to the first administration, that has compelled people to turn out like this? There were some questions. There wasn't really protest during the transition period.
So that's the live feed that's coming in from MSNBC, and we just use that under the common cause. It's in the public domain. So if they're going to put it out there on the internet, people are going to take it. We're going to go real quickly. I'm going to be wrapping this up pretty soon. I mean, I know that you guys have been, you want to continue to watch all of this, and there are a lot of things over there that exist on the internet, and you can definitely watch that for yourself. And, probably nobody's really watching me anyway, and I've been talking to myself for the past several hours, so it doesn't matter. But I'm just one man who's trying to do his best to educate the people and do my part to save democracy. Thanks. Stand by 1 second. We're going to go back to Washington, D.C. And, this person who's getting ready to speak who's speaking. She's a bit controversial, but, hopefully her heart is in the right place.
This is why we have to fight for our Constitution. It is because here is the thing. No matter who you are, Elon Musk and Donald Trump and corrupt congressional Republicans are coming for you. If you are a mother struggling to put food on the table, they are coming for you. If you have elderly parents that you are trying to put in a nursing home, they are coming for you. If you are a senior relying on Social Security, they are coming for you. If you have disabled children and you're trying to make sure they have access to education, by cutting the education department, they're coming for you. So they want you to believe. They want you to believe to look at your neighbor as the enemy. They want you to believe that it is because of trans kids that you can't have the necessary access to the programs we already paid for. They want you to think it is okay to snatch people in the middle of the night and disappear them. They want to take away our pride as Americans in the Constitution and due process by putting people in foreign prisons in a dark hole. They want to crash the economy so that they can set up a process of punishment and reward. So they can grab more power for who will bend the knee and give them access. None of this is normal. So if you want a country that has the marvelous Constitution we have to fight for it. If you want a country that still believes in due process, we have to fight for it. If you believe in a country where we take care of our neighbors, look after the poor, and make sure our children have a future they can believe in, we have to fight for it. So are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? Let's go fight and win. And with that, it is my honor to introduce Representative Simon of California. Hey, good people.
So in general, she's not wrong, right? I mean, what we're trying to do is we're trying to put aside those political differences that divide us. We are trying to overcome the chasm of divide and reunite as Americans to protect democracy, to uphold the Constitution, to keep the social programs, which are some of the best in the world, that we have developed over the past 80 years, right? And while doing this, we're trying to move forward as a people, as a country, and right those wrongs that have historically plagued us. Democracy is not easy. Running a country or being a country of a lot of different ethnic people and ethnicities and languages and things like that, it's not easy. But we have to continue to strive forward. We have to continue to do our best and understand the other and respect the other, right? And move forward as a country. So let's go back to Washington, D.C., and let's see what they have to say.
So I've been in the United States Congress for about 3 months. I was sworn in on January 3rd with my colleagues to do one thing, is to fight like hell against tyranny. You elected members of Congress to stand with a backbone 10 toes down to fight and to win for the little girl right now who is in cancer treatment, who her parents are praying every minute for a cure, to be met by an administration who refuses to fund cancer research. You elected members to fight like hell and to deny their vote to a slimy administration who has proved time and time again that their cruelness is beyond no end. You elected us to adhere not only to the Constitution, but the promise of the framers, the Hebrew text and the New Testament, the Quran and the words of the Baha'i, and every single religion that surrounds this great nation. Isaiah 10, verse 1 and 2. It's clear. The Hebrew Bible is clear. Woe who injects false and cruel laws that makes the fatherless poor. Woe who is those who inject false narratives that ensures that the widows have nothing. I tell you one thing here, as a new member of Congress and as an organizer 30 years deep in our neighborhoods, and yes, I'm from Oakland, that when evil is confronting us, guess what we do, America? We pull up. We pull up. So, for that family who has an elderly, beautiful relative who is struggling with ALS, for that family who is struggling with a disabled child, I want you to know, despite this administration's promise to end rights for people with disability,
regardless of this administration's aim to stomp on the backs of our elderly, regardless of this administration's promise to end inclusivity and to throw out our children, not only, brothers and sisters and siblings, will we fight, we will use the strategic force of this body and the 2 million strong that are out in the streets today to win. At every city hall, at every governor's office, and yes, right here in the White House, our lives depend on it. Not only are not we going back, we are going north. We will win because evil will never prevail. Let's keep fighting.
Wow, that's a powerful thing. I mean, a lot of references there, you know, heading north, we will prevail. A lot of imagery, you know, coming from the 19th century struggles and the 20th century struggles. So, you know, for me, it's just, we have to continue to develop as a country. I hope that it doesn't come to violence and revolution. It shouldn't be that way. But what we should do is we should always communicate and talk to people. And it's just something that's really, really important. The country is worth it. The country is worth it. Stand by, we're going to go back one more time to Washington, D.C.
Congresswoman, by the way, thank you so much, Congresswoman. Congressman Eric Swalwell.
This is what kicking the shit out of fascism looks like. This is what it looks like. We've seen a lot of people cave to fascism in America. We're not. We've seen the CEOs cave. Will you cave? We've seen the law firms cave. Will you cave? We've seen the colleges cave. Will you cave? We can't cave. My name's Eric Swalwell. I'm the son of a cop, a mom who was a baker, and I went to college as the first in the family on a soccer scholarship. And before every big game, before every season, the coach would tell us, I want you to close your eyes and think about what does that last moment of the game look like? And I want you to think as we begin this season of democracy, what does the last moment of this march look like? We win! That's what it looks like. It's justice. It's redemption. It's accountability. And it's renewal. Because as you stand here right now, we have gone from a Trump slump to a Trump train wreck. We are going into a red recession. Our 401ks are 201ks. Our costs at Walmart and Home Depot and Target, where 4 out of 5 of the things we buy are from overseas, are going up. And where is Donald Trump? He's golfing. So to Donald Trump, I say, get your ass off the golf course and face the people. America first. It's Trump first. This guy is a con. Trump Bibles, made in China. Trump sneakers, made in China. The Trump shit coin, made on a computer, made in China. And he's not just disappearing people. He's disappearing rights. And to that we say, disappear, we're still here. Our veterans, we're still here. We're still here. We're still here. That's right. He wants to disappear our veterans and women and hardworking immigrants and our seniors and our kids and the sick. we're still here. So you are asking us, what is the plan? And I'll tell you this, we are not going to give a single vote to fascism inside the Congress because we know you're fighting outside the Congress. And so small victories will bring us big victories. We had a victory last Tuesday in Wisconsin. Thank you. We need a victory later this year in New Jersey and Virginia in the governor's race. And then we're going to march all the way to the midterms, and we're going to win on November 4, and we're going to cut our time in hell in half. So what my colleagues and I want to ask you, because just about a mile from here on January 6, 2021, we saw the bravest police officers. They showed up and they defended our democracy. And you don't have to put on body armor. You don't have to take a stun gun to your neck or a Confederate flag to your head. You don't have to suffer a heart attack or a stroke or traumatic brain injury, as we saw from Officer Mike Fanone or Harry Dunn or Danny Hodges or Sergeant Gannell and so many others. But if you show up with the same integrity and the same passion and the same vigor and love for our country that they showed, we will win. So April 5, this day, April 5, will be the day that America came alive. And when I am asked on November 4, 2026, when we win the midterms, how did you know? How were you so confident that we were going to win? I'm going to tell them. Because on April 5, I stood in front of a monument to freedom with people from all over the country, with people who work so hard and dream so big, and they said, we're not going to be fucked with. Thank you.
Well, you know, I think for me that's a great place to leave it. January 6th was a turning point. And January 6th, in my opinion, and it is my opinion, right? Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody has a right to their own opinion. January 6th was a turning point, and it was a culmination of almost 4 years of a plan to persuade, to influence, and undermine democracy. And what we saw on January 6th, when people were marching down to the Capitol to teach those rhinos a lesson, and when they chanted to hang Mike Pence, when they went into the Capitol building and they said, where is Nancy Pelosi? We're coming after you. When they attacked the police officers, when they attacked democracy, that was a turning point. And it's unfortunate that we're in the situation where we are now. And it's unfortunate that the Constitution wasn't adhered to. And I hope that people just get out and vote and do the right thing, because it's your country, it's our country, and it's going to impact our future if we allow for people to be taken off the streets, if we allow for the defunding of education, if we allow for medical programs to be gotten rid of, to be deleted, if we allow for people who don't believe in medicine to run the most important medical offices and bureaucracies that we have in the country, it's going to be a big issue. It already is an issue. If we allow for people who have no experience in the geopolitical world, in international relations, to go out and try to broker deals with people who have been involved in international relations and international politics for the past 30, 40, 50 years, they're just going to lose. You know, we need to put our best and our brightest people out there to protect ourselves and to protect our country and to do what's best for ourselves, our country, and the world. And it's just my humble opinion that we have a bunch of people that don't really understand what they're doing. Or maybe the opposite is true. Maybe they do understand what they're doing and they're okay with undermining the geopolitical world order. They're okay with undermining what America stands for. And if that's the case, then we as citizens have to stand up and vote them out of office. Okay? Thanks very much for joining me. I am Don Hughes, and that has been my coverage of... That's been my coverage. Thanks.